Chapter 1, The Ice Sculpture Festival. Six months had passed since the fateful Christmas Eve when Holly Evergreen and Jack Frost had saved Mary Hollow from Frosty, Snowman's misguided plan. The town had changed significantly in that time, embracing the natural seasons while maintaining its magical Christmas spirit. As winter settled over Mary Hollow once again, the town buzzed with excitement for its newest tradition, the Ice Sculpture Festival. 6 months had passed since the fateful Christmas Eve when Holly Evergreen and Jack Frost had saved Mary Hollow from Frosty, Snowman's misguided plan. The town had changed significantly in that time, embracing the natural seasons while maintaining its magical Christmas spirit. As winter settled over Mary Hollow once again, the town buzzed with excitement for its newest tradition, the Ice Sculpture Festival. "You know," Holly said, glancing over her shoulder with a grin, "I'm pretty sure those window decorations aren't part of the standard breakfast prep." Jack chuckled, a sound like icicles tinkling in a winter breeze. "Just adding a little ambience, my dear. It is the Ice Sculpture Festival, after all." Holly shook her head fondly, sliding the pancakes onto 2 plates. "Sometimes I think you forget we're not in eternal winter anymore. Though I have to admit, I do miss the perpetual Christmas lights sometimes." "But that's what makes it so special now," Jack replied, wrapping his arms around Holly's waist and planting a cool kiss on her cheek. "We get to appreciate the changing seasons, and still keep the magic of Christmas in our hearts." As they sat down to breakfast, the excitement for the upcoming festival was palpable. The Ice Sculpture Festival was a new addition to Mary Hollow's calendar, introduced after the town had opened its borders to the outside world. It was a way to showcase the unique blend of Christmas and winter magic that now defined their home, while also celebrating the natural beauty of the season. "So, what's the word on Frosty Iceheart's entry this year?" Holly asked, taking a sip of her peppermint hot chocolate. "I heard he's been holed up in his studio for weeks." Jack rolled his eyes, a fond exasperation in his voice. "Oh, you know Frosty. He's been strutting around town like a peacock, dropping hints about his masterpiece to anyone who'll listen. Something about revolutionizing the art of ice sculpture, whatever that means." Holly chuckled. "Well, he is talented. Remember last year's Phoenix made of ice? I still don't know how he got those flame effects without melting the whole thing." "True," Jack conceded. "But a little humility wouldn't hurt. Sometimes I think all that talent has gone to his head." As they finished their breakfast, the sounds of the town coming to life drifted through the open window. The jingling of sleigh bells mixed with excited chatter, and the occasional burst of magical sparks lit up the winter sky. "Shall we go see what all the fuss is about?" Holly suggested, her green eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hand in hand, Holly and Jack stepped out into the crisp, snowy streets of Mary Hollow. The town square had been transformed overnight into a winter wonderland even more spectacular than usual. Enormous blocks of perfectly clear ice were arranged in a circle, each awaiting the touch of a skilled sculptor. Twinkling fairy lights were strung between lampposts, casting a warm glow over the scene. As they walked, they greeted their neighbors and friends. Peppermint, Holly's young apprentice, rushed by with an armful of candy canes, nearly toppling over in her excitement. "Whoa there, Pepper!" Holly called, steadying the young elf. "What's the rush?" Pepper's cheeks were flushed with cold and enthusiasm. "Oh, Miss Holly. Mr. Jack. Isn't it exciting? I'm helping decorate the judges' stand. Did you know we have a guest judge this year? All the way from the North Pole." Jack raised an eyebrow. "The North Pole, eh? Anyone we know?" Pepper shook her head, her pointy ears quivering. "It's a surprise. But I heard they're very important. Oh, I've got to run. See you at the opening ceremony." As Pepper dashed off, Holly and Jack exchanged amused glances. "A mystery judge," Holly mused. That should add some spice to the competition. They continued their stroll, taking in the sights and sounds of the festival preparations. Vendors were setting up booths selling everything from hot cocoa and gingerbread to magical snow globes and enchanted ice skates. A group of carolers practiced their harmonies, their voices blending beautifully with the tinkling of ice chimes in the breeze. As they neared the center of the square, they spotted a familiar figure gesticulating wildly to a group of awestruck onlookers. Frosty Iceheart 3, resplendent in a shimmering blue suit that seemed to be made of ice itself, was holding court.
Ah.
And here's the man himself, Jack murmured, a hint of amusement in his voice. Frosty's voice carried across the square, full of self-importance. And I assure you, my dear friends, what you will witness today will change the very nature of ice sculpture forever. My creation will not just be a static piece of frozen water.
Oh no.
It will be a testament to the living, breathing essence of winter itself. Holly and Jack approached the group, nodding politely to Frosty. The ice sculptor's eyes lit up when he saw them. Holly. Jack. My favorite witch and frost spirit duo, Frosty exclaimed, his voice booming. Come to preview the competition? I'm afraid you're out of luck. My masterpiece remains shrouded in secrecy until the grand unveiling. Jack smiled diplomatically. Wouldn't dream of spoiling the surprise, Frosty. We're all looking forward to seeing what you've come up with. Frosty preened at the words. Oh, it will be worth the wait, I assure you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must make some last-minute adjustments. An artist's work is never done. As Frosty swept away, his ice crystal cape billowing behind him, Holly leaned in close to Jack. Is it just me, or does he seem even more frosty than usual? Jack nodded, a slight frown creasing his brow. There's something different about him. Almost like there's an extra chill in the air around him. Probably just pre-competition jitters, for. Before Holly could respond, a fanfare of magical trumpets echoed across the square. Mayor Cordelia Candy Cane's voice, magically amplified, rang out. Citizens of Merry Hollow and honored guests. Welcome to our first annual Ice Sculpture Festival. Please gather round the central stage for the opening ceremony. The crowd began to move en masse towards the large, crystalline stage at the heart of the square. Holly and Jack found a spot near the front, next to Noelle Mistletoe, Holly's best friend and owner of the local toy shop. Can you believe this turnout? Noelle whispered excitedly. I think we've got visitors from at least 3 other magical realms. Holly beamed with pride. It warmed her heart to see Merry Hollow thriving, especially after the challenges they'd faced 6 months ago. Opening their borders had been a risk, but moments like this proved it had been the right decision. Mayor Candy Cane took the stage, her peppermint-striped robes glittering in the fairy lights. My dear friends, she began, her voice filled with warmth, it brings me great joy to see us all gathered here today. The Ice Sculpture Festival is more than just a competition. It is a celebration of the unique magic that makes Merry Hollow special, the perfect blend of Christmas cheer and winter wonder. A cheer went up from the crowd. The mayor continued, this year, we are honored to have a very special guest judge. Please welcome, all the way from the North Pole, the head of Santa's art department and master craftsman, Alabaster Snowball. The crowd gasped as a swirl of magical snow appeared on stage, coalescing into the form of a distinguished-looking elf. Alabaster Snowball bowed gracefully, his long white beard nearly touching the ground. Thank you, Mayor Candy Cane, and thank you, citizens of Merry Hollow, for your warm welcome, Alabaster said, his voice surprisingly deep for such a small figure. I look forward to seeing the wonders your sculptors have prepared. May the best artist win. With another swirl of snow, Alabaster disappeared, presumably to take his place at the judge's table. Well, that explains the secrecy, Jack murmured to Holly. A judge from Santa's workshop? No wonder everyone's on edge. The mayor raised her hands for silence. And now, the moment, no one had an answer. As the crowd began to disperse, murmuring nervously among themselves, Holly and Jack shared a worried look. The ice sculpture festival had barely begun, and already they were facing a mystery that threatened the safety of Mary Hollow. "What do you think caused this?" Holly asked quietly, eyeing the now dormant ice castle warily. Jack shook his head, his expression troubled. "I'm not sure. But whatever it is, I have a feeling this is just the beginning." As if in response to his words, a cold wind swept through the square, carrying with it the faintest whisper of laughter. Holly shivered, and not just from the chill. Something was very wrong in Mary Hollow, and she had a sinking feeling that she and Jack were about to be pulled into another dangerous adventure. The Ice Sculpture Festival was supposed to be a celebration of Mary Hollow's new era of openness and cooperation with the wider magical world. Instead, it had become the starting point of a mystery that threatened to shake the town to its very foundations. As Holly and Jack began to discuss their next steps, neither of them noticed the small, dark figure watching from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with mischievous intent. The stage was set for a new chapter in Mary Hollow's story, one that would test the limits of Holly and Jack's magic, their relationship, and their commitment to their beloved town. The ice castle loomed over them, a chilling reminder that in Mary Hollow, even the most innocent of celebrations could hide deadly secrets. Chapter 2: Magical Disturbances. The morning after the Ice Sculpture Festival's chaotic opening, Holly Evergreen stood in her bakery, surveying the damage. The gingerbread cottage had been caught in the crossfire of yesterday's magical containment efforts, leaving a layer of frost on every surface and gingerbread shards scattered across the floor. Jack Frost leaned against the doorframe, his brow furrowed in concern. "I've never seen ice magic behave like that before," he mused, absently creating delicate frost patterns on the window. It was almost as if the sculpture had a mind of its own. Holly nodded, waving her wand to begin the cleanup process. "And did you notice how quickly Frosty disappeared after it happened?" "Something's not right here, Jack." As if on cue, the bell above the door jingled, and in walked a visibly shaken Frosty Iceheart III. His usual swagger was gone, replaced by nervous fidgeting and darting glances. "Holly, Jack," he said, his voice lacking its usual bombast. I wanted to apologize for yesterday. I swear, I had no idea that would happen." Holly and Jack exchanged a glance before Holly gestured for Frosty to take a seat. "Why don't you tell us exactly what happened, Frosty?" "From the beginning." As Frosty recounted his process of creating the sculpture, Jack conjured up mugs of hot cocoa for everyone. The ice sculptor's hands trembled slightly as he accepted his, the steam rising in stark contrast to his chilly demeanor. "I used my usual techniques," Frosty explained, "but I wanted to push the boundaries this year. I incorporated some ancient winter magic I found in an old grimoire. Nothing dangerous, mind you. Just a little something to make the ice more alive." Jack's eyes narrowed. "Ancient winter magic? Frosty, you know how unpredictable that can be. Where did you get this grimoire?" Frosty shifted uncomfortably. I found it. In the Whispering Woods. It was just lying there, half buried in the snow. I thought it was a sign, you know? A gift from the winter spirits." Holly and Jack exchanged another worried glance. The Whispering Woods had been the source of magical trouble before, and anything found there was suspect at best. "Frosty," Holly said gently, "we're going to need to see that grimoire. And I think it's best if you don't do any more sculpting until we figure out what's going on." The ice sculptor nodded dejectedly, promising to bring the book to them later that day. As he left, the cocoa in his mug refroze, a small but telling sign of his agitated state. No sooner had the door closed behind Frosty than Holly's communication crystal began to glow and chime. She answered it to find Mayor Candy Cane's worried face floating above the crystal. Holly, Jack, the mayor said, her usual cheer replaced by concern, we've had reports of other magical disturbances around town. Snowmen coming to life, icicles growing at alarming rates. I hate to ask, but we're on it, Mayor, Jack assured her. We'll get to the bottom of this. As they prepared to head out and investigate, Holly's crystal chimed again. This time, the face that appeared made her gasp in surprise. Juniper? Holly exclaimed, staring at the image of her sister. Is everything all right? Juniper Evergreen, Holly's younger sister, looked tired and a bit frazzled. Her green eyes, so similar to Holly's own, darted nervously as she spoke. Holly, I'm coming to Mary Hollow. Today. I need to see you. Before Holly could ask any questions, the connection cut off. She turned to Jack, confusion etched on her face. That was strange. Juniper and I haven't spoken in years, not since she left to study advanced magic in the Arcane Isles. Why would she suddenly decide to visit now? Jack placed a comforting hand on Holly's shoulder. I'm sure she has her reasons. But right now, we've got a town full of magical mayhem to deal with. Are you up for it? Holly nodded, pushing her confusion about Juniper to the back of her mind. Let's go save Mary Hollow. Again. Their first stop was Tinsel Lane, where reports of living snowmen had come in. As they approached, they saw a group of townspeople frantically trying to subdue 3 large snowmen that were lumbering down the street, leaving trails of slush in their wake. I've got this, Jack said, stepping forward. He raised his hands, concentrating his frost magic. The snowmen slowed, their movements becoming sluggish as Jack's power overtook them. With a final gesture, he froze them solid, turning them into harmless ice sculptures. Holly, meanwhile, was questioning the witnesses. And you're sure no one created these snowmen? She asked a shaken elf named Twinkle Starshine. Twinkle shook her head emphatically. They just rose up out of the snow banks, Miss Holly. Started walking and grabbing at folks. Never seen anything like it. As Holly and Jack moved on to the next disturbance, a house on Candy Cane Corner where the icicles were growing at an alarming rate, they began to notice a pattern. Jack, Holly said as they finished dealing with the razor-sharp ice daggers, have you noticed? All these incidents are happening along the old ley lines of Mary Hollow. Jack's eyes widened in realization. You're right. But those ley lines haven't been active since. Since we changed the town's magic 6 months ago, Holly finished. Something's reactivating them. But what? And why? Their pondering was interrupted by a scream from nearby Mistletoe Market. They rushed to the scene to find a bizarre and dangerous situation unfolding. The holiday lights strung between the market stalls had come to life, writhing like luminous snakes and entangling shoppers and vendors alike. Oh, sugar plums, Holly muttered, raising her wand. She began casting counterspells, trying to unravel the magic animating the lights. Jack, meanwhile, used his ice powers to carefully freeze sections of the lights, making them brittle enough to break without harming the people trapped within. It was exhausting work, requiring precision and concentration. By the time they had freed everyone and contained the rogue lights, both Holly and Jack were drained. That's the 3rd major incident today, Jack said, wiping frost from his brow. Whatever's causing this is growing stronger. Holly nodded, her face etched with worry. We need to get back to the bakery. Frosty should be bringing that grimoire soon, and I want to take a closer look at it. As they made their way back to Gingerbread Cottage, neither of them noticed the figure watching from the shadows of an alley. Juniper Evergreen stood silently, her eyes following her sister and Jack as they passed. There was a conflict in her gaze, love and concern warred with fear and something that looked almost like guilt. Back at the bakery, Holly and Jack pored over maps of Mary Hollow, marking the locations of the disturbances. The pattern along the old ley lines was clear, but its meaning remained elusive. It's almost as if, Jack mused, tracing the lines with a frosty finger, something is trying to re-establish the old magical network of the town. But why? And how is it connected to Frosty's sculpture? Holly was about to respond when a knock at the door interrupted them. She opened it to find Frosty, clutching an ancient-looking book to his chest. "Here," he said, thrusting the grimoire at Holly. "I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this to happen. I just wanted to create something beautiful, something that would really wow the judges." Holly took the book, feeling a chill run through her that had nothing to do with the winter weather. "It's not your fault, Frosty. You couldn't have known. We'll figure this out, I promise." As Frosty left, his shoulders slumped in dejection, Holly and Jack turned their attention to the grimoire. It was bound in what looked like ice dragon hide, its pages yellowed with age. Strange symbols adorned its cover, seeming to shift and move in the light. "This is old magic," Jack said, his voice hushed with awe and a hint of fear. "Older than Merry Hollow, maybe even older than Christmas itself." Holly carefully opened the book, and immediately a gust of frigid wind swept through the bakery, extinguishing candles and rattling windows. The pages began to turn on their own, finally settling on a section titled, "The Awakening of Winter's Heart." "Jack," Holly breathed, her eyes wide as she scanned the text, "I think we might have a bigger problem than we realized." Holly nodded, but her mind was still racing. "Jack," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "what if we're too late? What if the spirits break free before we can stop them?" Jack's expression was solemn, but there was a determination in his icy blue eyes that Holly found reassuring. "Then we'll face it together. Whatever comes, Holly, we'll find a way through it. We always do." As they prepared for bed, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the precipice of something monumental. The quiet of the night seemed charged with potential energy, as if the very air was holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. In her room, Holly paused by the window, looking out over the sleeping town of Merry Hollow. The eternal Christmas lights twinkled as they always had, but now they seemed like a fragile defense against the encroaching darkness. In the distance, the whispering woods loomed, a dark mass against the starry sky. As she turned away from the window, a flicker of movement caught her eye. For a moment, she thought she saw a small, dark figure darting between the shadows of the buildings. But when she looked again, there was nothing there. Shaking her head, Holly chalked it up to exhaustion and overactive imagination. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and filled with strange dreams. Holly found herself wandering through a frozen landscape, the whispers from the puddles echoing all around her. In the distance, she could see a great, shimmering dome, the prison of the winter spirits. As she watched, cracks began to form in its surface, spreading like a web across the sky. She awoke with a start just before dawn, the echoes of the whispers still ringing in her ears. For a moment, she lay still, trying to shake off the lingering unease from her dreams. Then, with a determined sigh, she rose to face the day ahead. As she dressed, Holly ran through a mental checklist of preparations. They'd need supplies for the journey into the Whispering Woods, food, water, and any magical items that might prove useful. She made a note to pack some of her special gingerbread cookies, imbued with protective charms. Downstairs, she found Jack already awake, poring over the map they'd discovered. He looked up as she entered, a small smile softening his features. "Ready for another day of saving Merry Hollow?" he asked, a hint of his usual playful tone returning despite the gravity of their situation. Holly couldn't help but smile back. "As ready as I'll ever be. Let's just hope Juniper comes through with whatever supplies she thinks we need." As they shared a quick breakfast, they discussed their plans for the day. They'd need to inform Mayor Candy Cane of their intentions, even if they couldn't reveal everything. The town's leader deserved to know that they were working on a solution to the magical disturbances. Just as they were finishing up, Holly's communication crystal chimed again. This time, it was Peppermint, her young apprentice, her face filled with excitement and a touch of fear. "Miss Holly. Mr. Jack. You won't believe what's happening in the town square." Holly and Jack exchanged a worried glance. "What is it, Pepper? Another puddle?" Pepper shook her head, her pointy ears quivering. "No, it's the big Christmas tree. It's crying." Without another word, Holly and Jack rushed out of the bakery. As they hurried towards the town square, they could hear a strange, mournful sound carried on the wind. It was unlike anything Holly had ever heard before, a cross between the creaking of branches and a soft, sorrowful melody. The sight that greeted them in the square was both beautiful and unsettling. The great Christmas tree, which had stood proud and festive for as long as anyone could remember, was indeed weeping. Tear-like droplets of sap rolled down its branches, each one glowing with a soft, magical light. Where they fell on the snow, small ice flowers bloomed, their petals translucent and delicate. A crowd had gathered, citizens of Merry Hollow watching in awe and confusion. Mayor Candy Cane was there, trying to maintain order while clearly at a loss herself. "Holly, Jack," she called as she spotted them, relief evident in her voice. "Thank goodness you're here. What in the name of sugar plums is going on?" As Holly opened her mouth to respond, she felt a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the winter weather. The weeping of the tree grew louder, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. In that moment, Holly knew with certainty that their time had run out. Whatever was coming, it was happening now. She turned to Jack, seeing the same realization in his eyes. Without a word, they both knew they couldn't wait for Juniper. They had to act now, ready or not. "Mayor," Holly said, her voice steady despite the fear churning in her stomach, "gather everyone in the town hall. Keep them calm and inside. Jack and I need to go to the Whispering Woods. Now." As the mayor began to protest, another tremor shook the ground, stronger this time. The weeping of the tree reached a crescendo, and suddenly, every Christmas light in the square went out at once, plunging them into an eerie twilight. In the sudden darkness, Holly felt Jack's hand find hers, cool and reassuring. "Together?" he asked softly. Holly squeezed his hand, drawing strength from his presence. "Together," she confirmed. And with that, they set off towards the Whispering Woods, leaving behind a town teetering on the brink of chaos. Whatever secrets the woods held, whatever ancient magic was stirring, they would face it side by side. The fate of Merry Hollow, and perhaps the entire world, hung in the balance. As they reached the edge of town, Holly cast one last look back at the darkened Christmas tree. Its weeping had subsided to a soft, mournful whisper, like a farewell to the eternal Christmas that had defined Merry Hollow for so long. With a deep breath, Holly turned back to the path ahead, ready to plunge into the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Chapter 3: Whispers in the Ice. The first light of dawn was just beginning to tint the sky when Holly Evergreen descended the stairs of her bakery, stifling a yawn. After Juniper's startling revelations the night before, sleep had been elusive, her mind racing with questions and concerns. She had hoped that an early start and the comforting routine of baking might help clear her head. The wooden steps creaked softly under her feet, a familiar sound that usually brought comfort. Today, however, it seemed to echo ominously in the quiet bakery. Holly's fingers trailed along the gingerbread-patterned wallpaper, a whimsical touch that now felt out of place given the gravity of recent events. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, Holly froze. Something was wrong. The air in the bakery felt different, colder, somehow, and heavy with an unfamiliar magic. Her witch's intuition prickled, warning her of danger. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and she could feel her magic stirring within her, responding to the unseen threat. "Hello," she called out tentatively, her voice sounding small in the eerie silence. There was no response, but Holly couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. Cautiously, Holly made her way into the main area of the bakery, her hand instinctively reaching for the wand tucked into her apron pocket. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The display cases stood neat and orderly, filled with yesterday's leftover treats. Gingerbread men that usually danced and sang were unnaturally still, their iced smiles seeming more like grimaces in the dim light. The ovens waited silently, ready for the day's baking to begin, their usual warmth conspicuously absent. But then she saw it. In the center of the floor, where no moisture should have been, was a puddle. Holly approached it carefully, her wand now firmly in her grasp. The puddle was small, no larger than a dinner plate, but it shimmered with an unnatural blue light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. As she leaned in for a closer look, Holly gasped. The surface of the puddle was moving, swirling in intricate patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Fractals of ice formed and dissolved, creating shapes that were hauntingly beautiful yet deeply unsettling. And then she heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible, coming from the water itself. "Hello?" Holly called out again, feeling slightly foolish for addressing a puddle. "Is someone there?" The whispers grew louder, but no clearer. It was as if multiple voices were speaking at once, overlapping and intertwining in a confusing cacophony. Holly strained to make out individual words, but they remained frustratingly elusive. The voices seemed to speak in an ancient language, the syllables sharp and cold like shards of ice. A sudden gust of cold air made her shiver, and Holly realized the temperature in the bakery was dropping rapidly. Frost began to form on the windows, creeping across the glass in delicate patterns that mirrored the swirling shapes in the puddle. The puddle at her feet started to expand, the whispers growing more insistent. Heart pounding, Holly backed away. The magical energy in the room was intensifying, making it hard to breathe. She needed help. She needed Jack. As if summoned by her thoughts, there was a knock at the bakery door. Holly rushed to open it, relief flooding through her at the sight of Jack Frost's concerned face. His silver hair glittered with actual frost, and his blue eyes were bright with worry. "Holly? Is everything all right?" I felt a surge of winter magic and... Jack's voice trailed off as he took in Holly's pale face and the frost-covered windows behind her. "What happened?" Holly pulled him inside, pointing to the now sizable puddle on the floor. "Listen," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Jack's eyes widened as he heard the otherworldly whispers. He knelt by the puddle, his hand hovering just above its shimmering surface. A look of concentration passed over his face, and for a moment, the whispers seemed to respond to his presence, growing louder and more excited. "This is powerful magic," he murmured, his brow furrowed. "Old magic. Older than anything I've encountered before. Holly, I think we need to investigate this further." Holly nodded, wrapping her arms around herself. "But what is it, Jack? Where did it come from?" Jack shook his head, standing up and moving closer to Holly. "I'm not sure. But I have a feeling this is just the beginning." Over the next few hours, reports came in from all over Mary Hollow of similar puddles appearing. Each one whispered in the same mysterious voices, and each seemed to bring with it a wave of intense cold. The town was in a state of confused panic, with citizens huddling in their homes, afraid to venture out. Holly and Jack spent the morning investigating each reported puddle, trying to discern a pattern or find a clue to their origin. They visited Candy Cane Lane, where a large puddle had formed in the middle of the street, its whispers causing the candy cane lampposts to vibrate and hum. In Tinseltown Square, they found a series of smaller puddles arranged in a perfect circle, their combined whispers creating a haunting melody that left everyone who heard it in a daze. By midday, they had mapped out the locations on a large chart spread across Holly's kitchen table. Colored pins marked each puddle, connected by strings that crisscrossed the map of Mary Hollow. "Look," Jack said, pointing to the map. His finger traced a pattern that was becoming clear. "They're forming a pattern. It's almost like a snowflake," Holly finished, her voice hushed with awe and a touch of fear. a giant snowflake, with Mary Hollow at its center. They exchanged a worried glance. Whatever was happening, it was clear that Mary Hollow was at the heart of it. "We need more information," Holly declared, pushing back from the table. "Let's head to the library. Maybe there's something in the town's history that can shed some light on this." The Mary Hollow Library was a grand old building, its gingerbread walls adorned with delicate icing trim and candy cane columns. In normal times, it was a place of wonder and knowledge, filled with the soft rustle of pages and the occasional giggle from the children's section. Today, however, an eerie silence hung over the building. Inside, the scent of old books and peppermint filled the air, but there was an undercurrent of something else, a crisp, cold smell that reminded Holly of deep winter. Tinsel Page Binder, the head librarian, greeted them with a worried frown. Her usually perfectly coiffed silver hair was disheveled, and her spectacles sat askew on her nose. "Oh, Holly, Jack, thank goodness you're here," she said, wringing her hands. "We've had to close the library. One of those dreadful puddles appeared in the reference section, and the whispering is scaring the books." Indeed, as they followed Tinsel deeper into the library, Holly and Jack could hear the rustling of agitated pages. Books quivered on their shelves, some even attempting to hide behind larger volumes. A particularly brave copy of A History of Magical Confectionery was attempting to build a fort out of nearby encyclopedias. "We'll take care of it, Tinsel," Jack assured her, his voice calm and steady. "But first, we need to look at any historical records you have about Mary Hollow's founding. Anything related to winter magic or ancient spirits." Tinsel nodded, her earrings jingling softly. She led them to a secluded corner of the library, past rows of shivering books and around a large puddle that had formed near the card catalog. "Most of our oldest records are kept here," she explained, gesturing to a section of shelves protected by a shimmering magical barrier. "You'll need to use the special gloves to handle them, they're quite fragile." As Tinsel left them to their research, Holly and Jack donned the protective gloves and began carefully examining the ancient tomes. Hours passed as they pored over faded maps, crumbling scrolls, and delicate journals. The whispers from the nearby puddle grew louder and softer in turns, as if responding to their search. It was Jack who made the breakthrough. "Holly, look at this," he called, excitement in his voice. He was holding an old map of Mary Hollow, so faded it was barely legible. But as Holly leaned in, she saw what had caught Jack's attention. In the corner of the map, almost hidden by an ornate border design, was a small symbol, a snowflake intertwined with a flame. "I've seen that symbol before," Holly breathed, her heart racing. "In the grimoire Juniper brought. But what does it mean?" Jack carefully unrolled the map further, revealing a series of notations along its edge. Most were too faded to read, but one stood out clearly: "Archive of Winter's Heart, sealed by order of the Founding Council." Holly and Jack exchanged a look of excitement and trepidation. "An archive?" Holly whispered, her mind racing with possibilities. "Do you think it still exists? Look out!" Jack yelled, tackling Holly out of the way just as the shelf crashed to the ground where they had been standing. Books and debris rained down around them as they huddled together, Jack's body shielding Holly from the worst of it. For a moment, all was chaos and noise. Then, suddenly, silence fell. When the dust settled, Holly and Jack found themselves in a small pocket of space, surrounded by fallen shelves and scattered books. The whispering puddle had vanished, leaving behind only a faint chill in the air and a lingering sense of unease. "Are you all right?" Jack asked, his voice tight with concern as he helped Holly to her feet. His usually perfectly styled hair was disheveled, and a small cut on his cheek was already frosting over. Holly nodded, brushing dust from her clothes and checking herself for injuries. "Thanks to you. But look, the map." The ancient map they had been studying lay at their feet, miraculously unharmed in the chaos. And next to it, having fallen from a broken shelf, was a small, ornate box. Holly picked it up carefully, feeling a tingle of magic as her fingers touched its surface. The box was made of a dark, polished wood, inlaid with silver in patterns that mirrored the symbol they had seen on the map. "I think," she said slowly, turning the box over in her hands, "we were meant to find this." They managed to dig their way out of the debris, assuring a frantic Tinsel that they were unharmed and promising to help with repairs later. For now, though, they had a more pressing mission. Back at the gingerbread cottage, Holly and Jack examined their findings. The map, when unrolled fully, revealed more details about the location of the hidden archive. Faint lines crisscrossed the whispering woods, forming a complex maze that seemed to shift and change as they watched. The box, when opened with a combination of Holly's witch magic and Jack's frost powers, contained a collection of ancient documents. The papers were fragile, their edges crumbling at the slightest touch. The ink seemed to shimmer and move, forming words in a language neither of them recognized. As they began to read through the fragile papers, using translation spells to decipher the strange text, a chilling picture began to emerge. The documents spoke of a time long ago, when winter spirits roamed freely through the land that would become Merry Hollow. They told of a great conflict between these spirits and the early settlers, culminating in a powerful ritual that trapped the spirits within a magical artifact. "The snow globe," Holly whispered, remembering the stories of Merry Hollow's founding. Her eyes widened as the pieces began to fall into place. It wasn't just a source of Christmas magic. It was a prison. Jack nodded grimly, his face pale even for a frost spirit. "And now, something's weakening that prison. The whispers, the puddles, it's the winter spirits, trying to break free." Holly felt a wave of conflicting emotions wash over her. On one hand, the idea of spirits being imprisoned for centuries was horrifying. She thought of the pain and loneliness they must have endured, trapped and forgotten. On the other hand, if they were released, what would happen to Merry Hollow? To the world beyond? The documents hinted at the spirits' power and their anger at being confined. Their release could bring about an eternal winter that would make their previous troubles seem like a mild frost. As night fell once again, Holly and Jack sat in exhausted silence, their minds reeling from the day's discoveries. The documents lay spread out before them, each one raising more questions than it answered. The ornate box sat between them, seeming to pulse faintly with an inner light. "We need to find that archive," Jack said finally, breaking the silence. His voice was heavy with the weight of their newfound knowledge. "These documents are just fragments. The full story, the key to understanding all of this, must be hidden there." Holly nodded, her face set with determination despite her fatigue. The events of the day had left her drained, but she knew they couldn't afford to rest. Not with so much at stake. "First thing tomorrow, we head to the Whispering Woods." As they tidied up the scattered documents, carefully placing them back in the ornate box, Holly's communication crystal chimed softly. She answered to find Juniper's worried face hovering above the crystal. Her sister looked as tired as Holly felt, dark circles under her eyes and her usually neat hair in disarray. "Holly, I've been trying to reach you all day," Juniper said, her voice tense. "There's something you need to know about the Whispering Woods. It's not safe to go there unprepared." Holly and Jack exchanged glances, a mix of concern and frustration passing between them. "What do you mean, Juniper?" Holly asked, trying to keep the irritation out of her voice. She was tired of secrets and half-truths. "The woods are protected by ancient magic," Juniper explained, her eyes darting nervously as if afraid of being overheard. "Traps and illusions meant to keep outsiders away from the archive. I can help you navigate them, but I'll need time to gather the necessary supplies." Jack frowned, his frost magic creating intricate patterns on the table as he thought. "We don't have much time. The magical disturbances are getting worse by the hour. Who knows what might happen if we delay?" Juniper's expression grew more serious, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. "I know, but rushing in blindly could be disastrous. The woods have claimed many lives over the centuries. Even with your combined powers, you'd be at risk without proper preparation. Give me until noon tomorrow." I promise I'll have everything we need by then. Holly and Jack exchanged a long look, silently weighing their options. The urgency of the situation pressed on them, but Juniper's warning couldn't be ignored. Finally, Holly turned back to the crystal. All right, June, she said, her voice tight with reluctant agreement. We'll wait until noon. But not a minute longer. Whatever's happening, it's escalating quickly. We can't afford to waste time. Relief washed over Juniper's face. Thank you, Holly. I promise, it'll be worth the wait. Try to get some rest. You'll need your strength for what's to come. As the call ended, Holly slumped back in her chair, the weight of the day's events finally catching up with her. Jack reached out, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. His touch was cool, but not uncomfortably so, a reminder of the unique bond they shared. We should try to sleep, he said softly. Even a few hours of rest could make all the difference tomorrow. Chapter 4, Family Secrets. The aroma of cinnamon and nutmeg filled the gingerbread cottage bakery as Holly Evergreen busied herself at the stove. She had always found comfort in baking, and after yesterday's revelations and the eerie incidents with the whispering puddles, she needed all the comfort she could get. As she whisked a bowl of batter, the familiar motions helping to calm her racing thoughts, she heard footsteps on the stairs. Juniper appeared in the doorway, looking disheveled and tired. Her usual polished appearance was marred by dark circles under her eyes and hair that looked like it hadn't seen a brush in days. Holly felt a pang of concern for her sister, mixed with the lingering frustration from their interrupted conversation the night before. Morning, Holly said, trying to keep her voice neutral. There's coffee if you want some. Juniper nodded gratefully, pouring herself a large mug. The rich aroma seemed to revive her slightly, and she took a long sip before speaking. Thanks. Listen, Holly, about yesterday. Don't, Holly interrupted, holding up a hand. She wasn't ready for another round of evasions and half-truths. Let's just have breakfast. Like we used to. Remember when we were kids, and Mom would make us blueberry pancakes every Sunday? A ghost of a smile flickered across Juniper's face, a hint of the sister Holly remembered shining through. How could I forget? You always stole my blueberries when I wasn't looking. For a moment, it was as if the years of separation and secrets melted away. Holly found herself relaxing as she and Juniper fell into an easy rhythm, working together to prepare a stack of pancakes that would have made their mother proud. The kitchen filled with the sizzle of batter hitting the griddle and the soft clink of plates and utensils. As they sat down to eat, Holly decided to try again, hoping that the nostalgic atmosphere might encourage Juniper to open up. June, she said softly, cutting into her pancakes, I know something's going on. Something big. I want to help, but I can't if you won't let me in. Juniper's fork paused halfway to her mouth. She set it down with a sigh, her shoulders slumping. Holly, it's not that simple. There are things at stake here that you can't possibly understand. Then help me understand, Holly pleaded, reaching across the table to grasp her sister's hand. We used to tell each other everything. What changed? Juniper's eyes darkened, a storm of emotions swirling in their depths. Everything changed, Holly. The day I left Mary Hollow, But whatever Juniper was about to say was cut off by a sharp chime from her communication crystal. She glanced at it, her face paling visibly. I have to go. There's an errand I need to run. Before Holly could protest, Juniper was up and out the door, leaving her breakfast half-eaten and her sister more confused and frustrated than ever. The abrupt departure left a heavy silence in the kitchen, broken only by the soft ticking of the gingerbread-shaped clock on the wall. Jack arrived shortly after, his frost-touched hair glittering in the morning light that streamed through the windows. He took one look at Holly's face and frowned, concern evident in his icy blue eyes. Juniper left again? Holly nodded, pushing her plate away, her appetite gone. I don't get it, Jack. It's like she wants to tell me something, but something's holding her back. And now she's run off on another mysterious errand. Jack placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his touch cool but reassuring. We'll figure it out, Holly. In the meantime, why don't we continue our research? Those binding rituals we found mention might hold some answers. Grateful for Jack's steady presence, Holly agreed. They spent the next few hours poring over the ancient texts they'd recovered from the library. The kitchen table was soon covered in scrolls, books, and loose pages, creating a patchwork of arcane knowledge. The more they read, the more troubling the picture became. Look at this, Jack said, pointing to a faded passage in a particularly ancient tome. The parchment crackled under his touch, and Holly leaned in to see. It talks about a ritual to bind winter spirits. But the price? Holly, it mentions a sacrifice of the heart. Holly's brow furrowed as she examined the text. The words seemed to shimmer on the page, as if reluctant to reveal their secrets. What could that mean? Surely they didn't. I don't know, Jack said grimly, running a hand through his frost-white hair. But whatever it was powerful enough to create the eternal winter of Merry Hollow. And now, something's undoing it. As they discussed the implications, a movement outside caught Holly's eye. She glanced out the window to see Juniper hurrying down the street, glancing furtively over her shoulder. Her sister's furtive behavior set off alarm bells in Holly's mind. Jack, Holly whispered, tugging on his sleeve, we need to follow her. They slipped out of the bakery, careful to stay out of sight as they trailed Juniper through the winding streets of Merry Hollow. The town was quieter than usual, with many residents still wary after the incidents with the whispering puddles. Those who were out and about moved quickly, casting nervous glances at the sky as if expecting more magical disturbances at any moment. Holly and Jack ducked behind gingerbread lamp posts and oversized candy canes, their hearts racing with the thrill of the chase and the fear of what they might discover. The usually cheerful decorations of Merry Hollow seemed to take on a more ominous air in the context of their clandestine pursuit. Juniper led them to the edge of town, near the border of the Whispering Woods. The trees loomed ominously, their branches seeming to reach out towards the town like grasping fingers. The air grew colder as they approached, and Holly could have sworn she heard faint whispers carried on the wind. There, waiting in the shadows cast by the ancient trees, was a cloaked figure. As Juniper approached, the figure lowered its hood, revealing a face that made Holly gasp. It was an elf, but unlike any she'd seen before. His skin was pale as snow, his eyes a swirling, icy blue that seemed to hold the depths of winter itself. There was an otherworldly beauty to his features, but also a coldness that sent a shiver down Holly's spine. You're late, the elf said, his voice like crackling ice. The words hung in the air, each syllable sharp enough to cut. I'm sorry, Juniper replied, her voice tight with tension. She wrung her hands, a nervous habit Holly remembered from their childhood. My sister, she's asking questions. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. The elf's eyes narrowed, and the temperature seemed to drop even further. Frost began to form on the grass at their feet. You know what's at stake, Juniper. If they discover the truth too soon, everything we've worked for will be lost. The binding must be broken at the right moment, or all will be for naught. Holly couldn't contain herself any longer. The mention of the binding and the clear connection to their research was too much to ignore. She stepped out from their hiding place, Jack close behind her. Juniper. What is going on? Juniper whirled around, her face a mask of shock and guilt. The elf vanished in a swirl of snow, leaving Juniper to face Holly and Jack alone. For a moment, the only sound was the wind whistling through the trees, carrying with it the faint echo of otherworldly whispers. Holly, please, I can explain, Juniper began, her voice trembling. But Holly, fueled by frustration and fear, cut her off. Explain what? That you've been lying to us? Sneaking around with some winter elf? Holly's voice rose with each word, years of pent-up emotions bubbling to the surface. Juniper, people are in danger. Whatever you're hiding, we need to know. Juniper's expression hardened, a flash of defiance in her eyes. You don't understand. None of this is what you think. I'm trying to protect you, to protect all of Mary Hollow. Protect us from what? Jack interjected, his voice calm but firm. His steady presence seemed to cool the heated exchange between the sisters. But before Juniper could answer, a deafening crack split the air. The sound reverberated through the ground, shaking snow from the tree branches. They turned to see one of the festival's ice sculptures, a massive reindeer, come to life. Its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light as it reared up, hooves pawing at the air. The sculpture, once a beautiful work of art, was now a terrifying embodiment of wild winter magic. As the dust settled, Holly noticed something strange in the remnants of the sculpture. A faint, pulsing glow emanated from within the pile, a rhythm that seemed to match the beating of her own heart. She reached in cautiously, her fingers closing around a small, cold object. Look at this, she called, her voice hushed with a mix of awe and apprehension. In her palm sat a perfect miniature snowflake, no larger than a coin. But unlike a normal snowflake, this one didn't melt at her touch. Instead, it pulsed with an inner light, giving off waves of intense cold. The magic emanating from it was unlike anything Holly had ever felt, ancient, powerful, and tinged with a sadness that made her heart ache. Jack leaned in, his eyes wide with wonder and a hint of fear. I've never seen anything like it. This magic, it's not just winter magic. It's something older, more primal. Juniper's face had gone pale, paler even than usual. She reached for the snowflake, but Holly pulled her hand back. The time for secrets was over. No more, June. You're going to tell us everything. Now. Juniper looked from Holly to Jack, then to the curious crowd gathering around them. The citizens of Mary Hollow were emerging from their hiding places, drawn by the spectacle and the cessation of danger. Their faces were a mix of fear, awe, and confusion. Juniper's shoulders slumped in defeat. Not here, she said quietly. Let's go back to the bakery. You're right, it's time you knew the truth. As they made their way back through the streets of Mary Hollow, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the cusp of uncovering something that would change their town, and their lives, forever. The magical snowflake pulsed in her pocket, a cold reminder of the ancient forces they were dealing with. Each step felt heavy with the weight of impending revelations. Back at the gingerbread cottage, Holly, Jack, and Juniper sat around the kitchen table, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The magical snowflake sat in the center, its eerie glow casting strange shadows across their faces. The familiar surroundings of the bakery seemed at odds with the gravity of the moment. All right, Juniper, Holly said, her voice firm but tinged with concern. She reached out to take her sister's hand, offering support even as she demanded answers. Start from the beginning. What exactly have you gotten mixed up in? Juniper took a deep breath, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. When she spoke, her voice was low and intense. It all started the day I left Mary Hollow, she began. I didn't just leave to study magic. I was recruited by an ancient order dedicated to maintaining the balance between summer and winter magic. As Juniper's tale unfolded, Holly and Jack listened in stunned silence. She spoke of age-old conflicts between seasonal spirits, of hidden enclaves of winter magic that had been sealed away centuries ago, and of a prophecy that foretold the awakening of a power that could plunge the world into eternal winter, or destroy it entirely. The elf you saw me with, Juniper explained, her eyes distant as if seeing beyond the cozy kitchen, is a member of the Winter Court. They believe that releasing the sealed winter magic is the only way to restore balance. But there are others who think it's too dangerous, that the magic should remain bound. And where do you stand in all this? Jack asked, his icy blue eyes intense. Holly could see his mind working, connecting this new information with what they had uncovered in their research. Juniper hesitated, conflict clear on her face. I'm not sure anymore. I thought I was doing the right thing, but now I don't know if anyone truly understands the forces we're dealing with. Holly reached across the table, taking her sister's hand. The gesture bridged years of separation and secrets. June, why didn't you tell me any of this before? I wanted to protect you, Juniper said, tears welling in her eyes. The facade of the confident, secretive sister crumbled, revealing the vulnerable girl Holly remembered. The less you knew, the safer you'd be. But I realize now that was a mistake. You're involved whether I like it or not. As the sisters reconciled, Jack's attention was drawn back to the magical snowflake. It had begun to pulse more rapidly, its glow intensifying. The temperature in the room dropped noticeably, frost beginning to form on the windows. Holly? Juniper, he said, a note of urgency in his voice. I think we might have another problem. They looked up just in time to see the snowflake rise into the air, spinning faster and faster. A blast of Arctic wind filled the kitchen, sending papers flying and extinguishing the warm fires in the ovens. Suddenly, the small flake had expanded into a swirling vortex of ice and snow, a miniature blizzard contained within the bakery walls. From within the magical storm, a voice echoed, ancient, powerful, and filled with a cold fury that made them all shiver. It spoke in a language none of them recognized, yet somehow they understood every word. The seals are weakening, it boomed, the very air seeming to vibrate with the power of its voice. The heart of winter stirs. Prepare yourselves, mortals. The age of eternal summer is coming to an end. With a final, deafening crack, the vortex collapsed in on itself, leaving behind only a fine dusting of snow and the lingering echo of its ominous message. The snowflake dropped back onto the table, inert once more but still pulsing with an inner light. Holly, Jack, and Juniper exchanged looks of shock and determination. The weight of the situation pressed down on them, the cozy kitchen suddenly feeling small and vulnerable in the face of the ancient powers they were dealing with. What did it mean by the age of eternal summer? Holly asked, breaking the stunned silence. Mary Hollow has always had winter, our eternal Christmas. Juniper shook her head, her face grave. Not always, Holly. The eternal Christmas of Mary Hollow it's a construct. A magical imposition on the natural order. Jack leaned forward, his eyes intense. The binding ritual we read about, it didn't just imprison winter spirits, did it? It fundamentally altered the seasons here. Juniper nodded. The founders of Mary Hollow, they wanted to create a perfect Christmas paradise. But to do that, they had to contain the full power of winter. They used the snow globe to trap the essence of winter itself, leaving just enough to create a picturesque, controlled version of the season. Holly felt as if the ground was shifting beneath her feet. Everything she thought she knew about her home, about the magic that defined it, was being called into question. But why? Why go to such lengths? Fear, Juniper said simply. Fear of the wild, uncontrolled power of true winter. They thought they were protecting humanity, creating a safe haven. But they didn't understand the consequences of their actions. Jack's face was troubled. A balance disrupted will always seek to right itself. The magic we've been seeing, the whispering puddles, the animated sculptures, it's winter trying to break free, isn't it? Juniper confirmed his suspicion with a grim nod. And it's only going to get worse. The seals are weakening, just as the voice said. If we don't act soon, the consequences could be catastrophic. Holly's mind raced, trying to process everything they'd learned. What can we do? How do we stop this? I don't know if we should stop it, Juniper said softly, her words hanging heavy in the air. Maybe it's time to let winter free. To restore the balance. Jack looked thoughtful. But doing so could destroy Merry Hollow as we know it. The eternal Christmas that defines this place might be an abomination against the natural order of magic, Juniper finished for him. Holly stood up abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. No. There has to be another way. We can't just let winter run wild and destroy everything we love about our home. There must be a way to restore balance without sacrificing Merry Hollow. Juniper opened her mouth to argue, but Jack intervened. Holly's right. We need more information before we make any decisions. The archives in the Whispering Woods, they might hold the answers we need. Holly nodded, grateful for Jack's support. We'll go first thing in the morning. But for now, we need to prepare. If more magical disturbances occur, we have to be ready to protect the town. As night fell over Merry Hollow, the temperature dropped sharply, and the first flakes of an unseasonal blizzard began to fall. In the Whispering Woods, ancient magic stirred, awakening from centuries of slumber. The wind carried whispers of long-forgotten winter spirits, their voices a mixture of anger and longing. Holly gazed out the window at the swirling snow, her mind racing with all they had learned. The twinkling Christmas lights that had always brought her comfort now seemed like a thin veneer, barely concealing the wild magic struggling to break free. We need a plan, she said, turning back to Jack and Juniper. Whatever's coming, we have to be ready. Jack nodded, his expression grim but determined. We should start by securing the town. If more of those ice creatures appear, we need to be prepared to defend Merry Hollow. Juniper stood, her face set with resolve. I'll contact my allies in the magical community. We'll need all the help we can get if we're going to face the full power of winter. As they began to discuss strategies and make preparations, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The magical snowflakes warning echoed in her mind, a chilling reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. Outside, the wind howled, carrying with it the whispers of awakening winter spirits. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, something ancient and powerful stirred, its icy tendrils reaching out towards Merry Hollow. The battle for the balance of seasons was about to begin, and Holly, Jack, and Juniper stood at the center of it all, the last line of defense against an eternal winter. As they worked late into the night, fortifying the bakery and preparing magical defenses, Holly's thoughts turned to the citizens of Merry Hollow. How would they react when they learned the truth about their home? Could the town survive the coming changes, both magical and cultural? The next few days would be crucial. Their journey into the Whispering Woods, the secrets hidden in the ancient archives, and the looming confrontation with the forces of winter, all of these challenges awaited them. Holly looked at Jack and Juniper, feeling a surge of determination. Whatever came, they would face it together. As the blizzard raged outside, Holly made a silent vow. She would find a way to save Merry Hollow, to preserve the spirit of Christmas magic while restoring the balance of seasons. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and difficult choices, but she was ready to face it. The clock struck midnight, its chimes barely audible over the howling wind. A new day was beginning, bringing with it the promise of adventure, revelation, and magic beyond anything Holly had ever known. The true test of her skills, her relationships, and her understanding of magic was about to begin. Chapter 5: Attack on the Bakery. The morning light struggled to penetrate the thick, swirling snow that had blanketed Merry Hollow overnight. Holly Evergreen stood at the window of her bedroom, watching the flakes dance in the wind, each one a reminder of the magical disturbances plaguing the town. With a deep breath, she made a decision. Today, no matter what, she would open the gingerbread cottage bakery. The town needed a sense of normalcy, and Holly was determined to provide it. As she descended the stairs to the bakery kitchen, the comforting sense of cinnamon and nutmeg enveloped her. These familiar aromas, usually a source of joy, now felt like a lifeline to the world she knew, a world that seemed to be unraveling with each passing hour. "You're really opening today?" Jack's voice startled her. He was leaning against the doorframe, his icy blue eyes filled with concern. Holly nodded, tying on her apron with determined movements. "We can't hide away, Jack. The people of Mary Hollow need to see that life goes on, even in the face of whatever this is." Jack's expression softened. "You're right. What can I do to help?" Together, they set about preparing for the day. Holly's hands moved automatically through the familiar routines of mixing dough and heating ovens, while her mind raced with questions about the revelations of the previous night. Jack used his frost powers to create intricate, festive designs on the bakery windows, a cheery facade that belied the tension in the air. As the first customers trickled in, drawn by the warm light and enticing smells, Holly felt a small sense of victory. Elves and humans alike expressed relief at finding the bakery open, eagerly purchasing comfort foods to help them weather the strange events unfolding in their town. "It's good to see you open, Miss Holly," Tinsel Twinklebells said as she purchased a dozen gingerbread cookies. "Gives a body hope, it does." Holly smiled, handing over the carefully wrapped package. "That's the idea, Tinsel. We'll get through this together." As the morning wore on, the bakery filled with chatter and laughter. For a few precious hours, it almost felt like a normal day in Mary Hollow. But Holly couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting. Her instincts proved correct just before the lunch rush. A hush fell over the bakery as shadows darkened the windows. Holly looked up from the cash register to see her customers staring outside, their faces masks of fear and awe. There, in the middle of Candy Cane Lane, a snowman was forming. But this was no cheerful Frosty. As Holly watched, it grew to monstrous proportions, towering over the gingerbread buildings. Its coal-black eyes gleamed with malevolent intelligence, and its stick arms ended in wickedly sharp icicle fingers. "Everyone, stay calm," Holly called out, her voice steady despite the fear gripping her heart. "Move away from the windows, please." No sooner had the words left her mouth than the giant snowman let out a bone-chilling roar. It swung one massive arm, sending a barrage of icicles hurtling towards the bakery. Windows shattered, showering the interior with glass and snow. Customers screamed, diving for cover. "Jack!" Holly shouted, raising her wand. "We need to evacuate." Jack nodded, already moving. With a wave of his hand, he created a thick ice barrier over the broken windows, temporarily sealing the bakery. "That won't hold for long," he warned. Holly turned to the terrified crowd. "Everyone, please stay calm. We're going to get you out of here safely." She pointed to the back of the bakery. "There's a delivery entrance through the kitchen. We'll evacuate through there." As Jack reinforced the ice barriers, Holly began ushering people towards the back. The building shook with each blow from the monstrous snowman, dust and sugar falling from the rafters like snow. In the chaos of the evacuation, a flicker of movement outside caught Holly's eye. Through a small gap in the ice barrier, she glimpsed a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the square. The figure's hands moved in intricate patterns, and with each gesture, the giant snowman seemed to respond. "Someone's controlling it," Holly breathed, her mind racing. Before she could get a better look, another blow from the snowman rocked the bakery, forcing her to turn her attention back to the evacuation. "Holly!" Jack called from the kitchen. "I've got an idea, but I need your help." She rushed to his side, finding him at the back door, which opened onto a small alley. "What's the plan?" "An ice slide," Jack explained quickly. "I can create one down to the end of the alley, but I need you to reinforce it with your magic. It needs to hold up against that thing out there." Holly nodded, understanding immediately. As Jack began to form the slide, his hands moving in fluid motions, Holly raised her wand. She infused the ice with her own magic, layers of protective spells weaving through Jack's creation. The result was a shimmering chute that looked part ice, part gingerbread. "It's ready," Holly called to the waiting customers. "Everyone, quickly now. Slide down to the end of the alley and run for the town hall. You'll be safe there." One by one, the bakery's patrons escaped down the magical slide. Holly and Jack worked in tandem, him maintaining the structure of the slide while she kept watch for any attacks from the rampaging snowman. As the last customer disappeared down the chute, Holly turned to Jack. "You go too. I need to stop that thing." Jack's eyes widened. "Holly, no. It's too dangerous. We should go together." She shook her head, her expression resolute. "Someone's controlling it, Jack. I saw them. If we both leave, we might lose our chance to find out who's behind this. I can handle the snowman." For a moment, it looked like Jack might argue. Then he nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Be careful," he said, squeezing her hand before sliding down the chute. Taking a deep breath, Holly turned back to face the front of her beloved bakery. The ice barriers were cracking, the monstrous snowman's attacks growing more frenzied. With a wave of her wand, she dispelled the remaining ice, coming face to face with her frosty assailant. The snowman loomed over her, its coal eyes fixing on her with malicious intent. But Holly stood her ground, her wand raised high. "All right, Frosty," she said, her voice ringing with determination. "Let's see how you like a little summer heat." She began to cast, drawing on every warm, sunny memory she had. Golden light erupted from her wand, enveloping the snowman in a cocoon of magical heat. The creature roared, thrashing as it began to melt. As she poured her magic into the spell, Holly scanned the square, looking for the shadowy controller she'd glimpsed earlier. There, at the edge of the whispering woods, a figure in a dark cloak watched the scene unfold. As the snowman continued to melt, the figure raised its hands, clearly attempting to reassert control. Holly gritted her teeth, redoubling her efforts. The air around her shimmered with heat, a stark contrast to the winter wonderland of Merry Hollow. Sweat beaded on her brow as she pushed her magic to its limits. With a final, earth-shaking roar, the monstrous snowman collapsed into a harmless pile of slush. The cloaked figure at the edge of the woods seemed to waver for a moment, then vanished into the trees. Panting, Holly lowered her wand. The square was a mess of slush, icicles, and debris from damaged buildings. Her beloved bakery stood battered but unbowed, a testament to the strength of gingerbread architecture. As she caught her breath, the sound of approaching footsteps filled the air. The citizens of Merry Hollow, led by Jack and Mayor Candy Cane, cautiously entered the square. Their faces were a mix of fear, awe, and relief. Is it over?" Mayor Candy Cane asked, her usually jolly voice quavering. Holly nodded, too exhausted to speak. Jack was at her side in an instant, supporting her as her knees threatened to buckle. "You did it," he said softly, pride evident in his voice. But Holly shook her head. "For now. But this isn't over. Someone was controlling that snowman, Jack. Someone with powerful winter magic." A murmur ran through the gathered crowd at her words. Mayor Candy Cane stepped forward, her face grave. "Miss Evergreen, Mr. Frost, I think it's time you told us exactly what's going on in our Chapter 6, Beneath the Tree." The town hall meeting had been a whirlwind of revelations, fear, and heated debates. Holly's throat was raw from explaining, reassuring, and sometimes arguing with the citizens of Merry Hollow. As night fell and the meeting finally adjourned, she felt drained but restless. The information they had shared had raised more questions than it answered, and the worried faces of her neighbors haunted her thoughts. Jack found her sitting on the steps of the town hall, staring at the great Christmas tree that dominated the square. Its lights, once a beacon of cheer, now seemed to flicker ominously in the growing darkness. "You're thinking about what Juniper said, aren't you?" Jack asked, settling beside her. Holly nodded, her eyes never leaving the tree. "If what she told us is true, if the founders really did trap the essence of winter beneath that tree. We need to know more, Jack. We can't protect Mary Hollow if we don't understand what we're up against." Jack's cool hand found hers, a comforting presence in the chill night air. "I agree. But the tree is always guarded. How do you propose we investigate?" A mischievous glint appeared in Holly's eye, reminiscent of her more carefree days. "Who says the guards need to see us?" Under the cover of darkness, Holly and Jack made their way back to the square. Holly's invisibility spell, usually reserved for hiding Christmas presents, enveloped them in a shimmering field that bent light around them. They moved silently, their footsteps muffled by a cushioning charm. As they approached the great Christmas tree, its immense presence loomed over them. Up close, Holly could see that the needles, usually a vibrant green, had taken on a silvery sheen. Frost patterns, more intricate and wild than Jack's careful designs, crept along the branches. "It's changing," Jack whispered, his voice tinged with awe and concern. "The magic is shifting." They circled the base of the tree, searching for any sign of an entrance. Holly's witch senses tingled, picking up traces of ancient magic that made her skin prickle. Finally, behind a particularly gnarled root, they found it, a faint seam in the earth, pulsing with hidden power. "Here," Holly breathed, kneeling to examine the concealed door. "But how do we open it?" Jack knelt beside her, his icy touch tracing the seam. "It's sealed with winter magic. Old magic. I might be able to." There. With a soft click, the hidden door swung open, revealing a dark passage that plunged into the earth. The air that wafted out was cold and stale, carrying with it the scent of pine and something older, wilder. Exchanging a determined look, Holly and Jack entered the passage. The door swung shut behind them, plunging them into darkness broken only by the soft glow of Holly's wand and the ambient light that seemed to emanate from Jack's icy form. The tunnel twisted and turned, forming a dizzying maze beneath the streets of Mary Hollow. Roots from the great tree above broke through the walls and ceiling, some as thick as Holly's waist. The further they went, the more the air seemed to pulse with magic, making Holly's hair stand on end. "Jack," Holly whispered, her voice seeming too loud in the confined space, "do you feel that? It's like the magic is alive somehow." Jack nodded, his face serious in the dim light. "It's the wild magic of winter. Contained, but not tamed. Be careful, Holly. This place is ancient and dangerous." As if in response to his words, the tunnel ahead split into 3 separate passages. Each looked identical, disappearing into darkness. "Which way?" Holly asked, her wand illuminating each option in turn. Jack closed his eyes, seeming to concentrate. When he opened them, they glowed with an inner light. "This way," he said, pointing to the rightmost tunnel. "I can feel the pull of winter magic." They pressed on, the tunnel growing colder with each step. Holly's breath came out in visible puffs, and frost began to form on the walls. Just as the cold was becoming unbearable, the passage opened up into a vast chamber. Holly gasped, her wand light revealing a sight beyond her wildest imaginings. The chamber was circular, its domed ceiling lost in shadows high above. At its center stood a pedestal of ice, upon which rested a familiar object, the snow globe that had once been the source of Mary Hollow's eternal Christmas. But it was the walls that truly captured their attention. Every inch was covered in intricate carvings and paintings, depicting scenes from Mary Hollow's history. Holly approached one section, her eyes widening as she took in the images. "Jack, look at this," she called, her voice hushed with awe and growing horror. "It's showing the founding of Mary Hollow. But it's not like any version I've ever heard. The carvings showed a group of figures, the founders, Holly assumed, engaged in what could only be described as a battle. They fought against swirling masses of snow and ice that took on monstrous forms. At the center of the icy maelstrom was a figure of terrible beauty, a being that could only be the Frost King. They didn't just create a Christmas paradise, Jack said, his voice grim. They imprisoned winter itself. As they circled the chamber, the story unfolded before them. The founders, using magic unlike anything Holly had seen before, forced the essence of winter into the snow globe. The final image showed the Frost King, his face a mask of rage and anguish, being drawn into the globe as the founders sealed it with their combined power. This is wrong, Holly said, her voice shaking. They didn't just create eternal Christmas. They stole winter. They upset the balance of nature itself. Jack nodded, his expression troubled. And now that balance is reasserting itself. The magic is breaking free. They turned their attention to the pedestal at the center of the room. The snow globe pulsed with an inner light, swirling patterns of frost and snow dancing within its glass confines. As they approached, Holly felt a surge of magical energy that made her gasp. Careful, Jack warned, holding out a hand to stop her. There are magical traps all around it. Holly nodded, raising her wand to cast a detection spell. The air around the pedestal shimmered, revealing a complex web of magical tripwires. It's incredible, she breathed. Layers upon layers of protection spells. How are we going to examine it? Jack's brow furrowed in concentration. If I can just... There. He made a sharp gesture with his hand, and a small section of the magical barrier seemed to part like a curtain. Quickly, it won't last long. Holly darted forward, her hands hovering just above the snow globe's surface. She could feel the power radiating from it, a cold so intense it burned. Within the globe, she caught glimpses of swirling, angry forms, the trapped winter spirits, she realized with a start. Jack, she called, her voice urgent, I think I can see. But her words were cut off as her elbow brushed against the pedestal. Instantly, the chamber erupted into chaos. Alarms, magical and mundane, blared to life. The temperature plummeted, ice crystals forming in the air around them. Holly, run! Jack shouted, already moving towards the exit. They sprinted through the maze-like tunnels, the sound of pursuit growing behind them. Holly's heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Just as they reached the hidden door, a blast of Arctic wind caught them, nearly freezing them in place. Jack spun, throwing up a wall of ice to block the pursuing magic. Go, he yelled to Holly. I'll hold them off. Holly hesitated for a split second, then nodded. She burst through the door, emerging into the night air of Merry Hollow. Seconds later, Jack followed, slamming the door shut behind him. They didn't stop running until they reached the safety of the gingerbread cottage bakery. As they caught their breath, Holly realized she was clutching something, a small, ornate box she must have grabbed from the chamber in their hasty escape. Jack noticed it too, his eyes widening. What is it? He asked, moving closer to examine the box. Holly shook her head, still panting. I don't know. I must have grabbed it without thinking. She turned the box over in her hands, feeling the weight of ancient magic within. But whatever it is, I have a feeling it's important. As the adrenaline of their escape began to fade, the magnitude of what they had discovered settled over them. They had uncovered the dark secret at the heart of Merry Hollow's found. Chapter 7, Town Divided. Holly Evergreen paced nervously in front of Merry Hollow's town hall, her footsteps crunching in the freshly fallen snow. The eternal Christmas lights twinkled overhead, their cheerful glow at odds with the knot of anxiety in her stomach. She clutched a stack of notes to her chest, the parchment crinkling softly with each step. You've got this, Holly, she muttered to herself, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp air. Just tell them what you've found. They need to know the truth. The truth. The word echoed in her mind, heavy with implications. The truth about Mary Hollow's dark past, about the imprisoned winter spirits, about the very foundations of their eternal Christmas. How would the town react? Would they thank her for uncovering these secrets, or would they resent her for shattering their blissful ignorance? A cool hand on her shoulder startled her from her reverie. She turned to find Jack Frost standing beside her, his icy blue eyes filled with concern and warmth. "Hey," he said softly, giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze. "You look like you could use some moral support." Holly managed a weak smile, leaning into his touch. "Is it that obvious?" Jack chuckled, a sound like icicles tinkling in the wind. "Only to someone who knows you as well as I do. You've got this, Holly. We've got this." Taking a deep breath, Holly straightened her pointed witch's hat and squared her shoulders. "Let's do this," she said to Jack, and together they entered the town hall. The council chamber was a circular room, its walls lined with candy cane pillars and garlands of enchanted holly. In the center stood a large, round table carved from gingerbread, its surface dusted with powdered sugar that never seemed to diminish. Around it sat the 7 members of the Mary Hollow Town Council, their expressions ranging from curiosity to outright suspicion. As Holly and Jack took their places at the head of the table, Holly couldn't help but notice how the eternal Christmas lights seemed to flicker and dim, as if sensing the gravity of the moment. The air felt thick with tension and the faint scent of peppermint and anxiety. "Miss Evergreen, Mr. Frost," Mayor Cordelia Candy Cane said, her silver hair shimmering in the muted light. "You called this emergency meeting. We're all ears." Holly swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly dry. She glanced at Jack, who gave her an encouraging nod. Taking a deep breath, she began. "Council members, citizens of Mary Hollow," she said, her voice gaining strength as she spoke. "What I'm about to tell you may be difficult to hear, but it's the truth. A truth that's been buried for far too long." Over the next hour, Holly laid out everything she and Jack had discovered. She told them about the hidden chamber beneath the great Christmas tree, about the ancient artifacts that hinted at a darker purpose behind Mary Hollow's founding. She explained their theory about imprisoned winter spirits and the true nature of the town's eternal Christmas magic. As she spoke, the reactions around the table were as varied as the ornaments on a well-decorated tree. Cornelius Candy Cane's face grew redder and redder, his candy cane staff creaking in his tightening grip. Sugarplum Fairy, the youngest council member, looked on the verge of tears, her wings drooping with each new revelation. Old Man Winter, the eldest among them, simply stroked his icy beard, his expression unreadable. When Holly finally finished, a heavy silence fell over the room. It was Mayor Candy Cane who broke it, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "These are disturbing allegations, Miss Evergreen. Do you have any proof beyond these theories and circumstantial evidence?" Before Holly could respond, the doors to the council chamber burst open with a bang that echoed like a crack in the ice of a frozen lake. Every head turned to see Juniper Evergreen stride in, her green eyes blazing with determination. Behind her, looking somewhat sheepish, was a petite elf with mint green hair that Holly recognized as Peppermint Leaf. "Proof?" Juniper said, her voice ringing out clear and strong. "I've got your proof right here." She marched up to the table and slammed down a thick folder, sending a small cloud of sugar dust into the air. "I'm Juniper Evergreen, Holly's sister, and I've been investigating Mary Hollow's secrets for years." "Everything she's told you?" "It's true. And there's more." The council erupted into chaos. Voices raised in anger, disbelief, and fear. Cornelius Candy Cane stood up so quickly he knocked over his chair, pointing an accusing finger at Juniper. "This is outrageous," he bellowed, his face as red as his namesake. "You have no right to barge in here with these lies." Juniper met his gaze unflinchingly. "They're not lies, Cornelius. And deep down, I think you know that. As the arguing intensified, Holly felt a tugging on her sleeve. It was Peppermint Leaf, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. "Miss Holly," Pepper whispered, "I've been working with the Magical Council. They've known about the imbalance in Mary Hollow for a while now. That's why they sent me here." Holly's eyes widened in surprise. The Magical Council's involvement added yet another layer of complexity to an already complicated situation. The chamber had devolved into factions, with council members and citizens alike taking sides. Some rallied behind Holly and Juniper, demanding to know more about the town's hidden past. Others, led by Cornelius, staunchly defended the traditional narrative of Mary Hollow's founding. As tempers flared, Holly noticed the physical manifestations of the emotional turmoil. The enchanted garlands adorning the walls began to wilt, their evergreen needles turning brown and brittle. The temperature in the room fluctuated wildly, patches of frost forming on the windows one moment, only to melt away in a burst of unseasonable warmth the next. Mayor Candy Cane attempted to restore order, her voice magically amplified to be heard over the din. "Please, everyone. We must approach this calmly and rationally." But her pleas fell on deaf ears. The revelations had struck at the very heart of Mary Hollow's identity, and the emotional fallout was too intense to be easily contained. Holly stood in the center of the storm, torn between her duty to reveal the truth and her love for her town. She watched as neighbors who had lived side by side for centuries now glared at each other with suspicion and anger. "Stop," she cried out, her voice cracking with emotion. "This is exactly what we shouldn't be doing. Mary Hollow has always been about coming together, about the spirit of Christmas. We can't let these revelations tear us apart." Her words seemed to penetrate the fog of anger and fear that had descended upon the chamber. Gradually, the shouting subsided, replaced by a tense, expectant silence. "Holly's right," Jack said, stepping forward to stand beside her. "We've uncovered some troubling truths, but that doesn't change who we are as a community. We need to work together to understand our past and secure our future." Mayor Candy Cane nodded, a look of relief crossing her face. "Well said, Mr. Frost. I propose we adjourn for now, give everyone a chance to process this information. We'll reconvene tomorrow to discuss our next steps." As the council members and citizens filed out, many still engaged in heated whispers, Holly, Jack, Juniper, and Pepper retreated to a quiet corner of the chamber. "Well," Juniper said, running a hand through her hair, "that could have gone better." Holly sighed, feeling the weight of the evening's events settling on her shoulders. "At least it's out in the open now. No more secrets." Jack nodded, his expression thoughtful. "The question is, what do we do next? The town is divided, and we still don't have all the answers." Pepper piped up, her voice small but determined. "I think I can help with that. The Magical Council has resources that might shed some light on Mary Hollow's past." The four of them exchanged looks, a silent agreement passing between them. Despite their differences and the tensions of the evening, they knew they needed to work together. "All right," Holly said, straightening up and brushing sugar dust from her robes. "Let's get to work. We have a town to save and a lot of questions to answer." As they left the town hall, stepping out into the snowy night, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The truth had been revealed, but the real challenges lay ahead. The eternal Christmas lights of Mary Hollow twinkled overhead, a reminder of all they stood to lose if they failed. Chapter 8: The Spirit Awakens. An ominous wind howled through the streets of Mary Hollow, its eerie wail echoing off gingerbread buildings and candy cane lampposts. The eternal Christmas lights that had always brought warmth and cheer to the town began to flicker and dim, as if cowering from the approaching storm. One by one, they winked out, plunging the once merry streets into an unsettling darkness. Holly Evergreen stood at the window of her bakery, watching with growing unease as the wind whipped snow into frenzied dervishes. The scent of cinnamon and gingerbread that usually permeated the air was overwhelmed by the sharp, clean smell of approaching winter. She shivered, pulling her robe tighter around her shoulders. "Jack," she called out, her voice barely audible over the howling wind, "something's not right." Jack Frost materialized beside her, his icy blue eyes scanning the darkening sky. "I feel it too," he murmured, frost spreading from his fingertips across the window pane. "This is no ordinary storm." As if in response to his words, the wind intensified, rattling the windows and sending loose shutters banging against the walls. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that Holly could see her breath misting in the air inside the bakery. The magical fires that usually kept the ovens burning sputtered and died, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. "We need to warn the town," Holly said, already moving towards the door. "This isn't natural. It has to be connected to what we uncovered." They stepped out into the maelstrom, immediately buffeted by winds so strong they threatened to knock them off their feet. The snow was falling so thickly that Holly could barely see a few feet in front of her. She raised her wand, casting a protective bubble around them to shield against the worst of the storm. As they struggled towards the town square, Holly's communication crystal buzzed. Juniper's face appeared, her expression grave. "Holly, are you seeing this? The magical council sensors are going haywire. Whatever's happening, it's big." "We're headed to the square now," Holly shouted over the wind. "Meet us there if you can." The journey that usually took minutes felt like hours as they battled against the unnatural blizzard. The streets were eerily empty, the usual festive decorations now twisted and warped by the ferocious wind. Holly's heart raced as she thought of the townspeople huddled in their homes, unaware of the danger approaching. As they neared the square, a bone-chilling scream cut through the howling wind. Holly and Jack exchanged alarmed glances before redoubling their efforts. They burst into the square, and the sight that greeted them made Holly's blood run cold. The storm seemed to be centered around the great Christmas tree, its once proud branches now bent and creaking under the weight of unnatural ice. But it was the figure floating above the tree that truly captivated their attention. She was beautiful in a terrifying way, her form seeming to shift between solid and vapor. Her hair was a cascade of icicles, tinkling softly in the wind. Her skin was pale as fresh snow, with intricate frost patterns swirling across its surface. Her eyes, when they opened, were the deep blue of glacial ice, ancient and unforgiving. "Glacia Winterborn," Jack breathed, his voice a mixture of awe and fear. The spirit's gaze fell upon them, and Holly felt as if her very soul was being frozen. When Glacia spoke, her voice was like the cracking of an ice lake, beautiful and deadly. "Children of eternal Christmas," she intoned, her words carried on the Arctic wind, "your time of false cheer has come to an end. Winter reclaims what was stolen. The balance will be restored." With a gesture, Glacia sent a wave of freezing magic sweeping across the square. Holly watched in horror as citizens who had ventured out to investigate the commotion were engulfed in the spell. They froze where they stood, their expressions of terror preserved in ice like macabre statues. "Stop!" Holly cried out, her voice nearly lost in the howling wind. She stepped forward, her wand raised. "This isn't the way. We can find a solution together." Glacia's laugh was like the tinkling of icicles, sharp and cold. "Foolish witch. You cannot bargain with the forces of nature. Winter will have its due." Another wave of her hand sent a barrage of icicles hurtling towards Holly and Jack. They dove for cover, the deadly projectiles embedding themselves in the ground where they had stood moments before. "Holly, we need to evacuate the town," Jack shouted, deflecting another volley of ice with a shield of his own frost magic. "We can't fight her like this." Holly nodded, her mind racing. She raised her wand, casting the strongest warming charm she knew. Golden light burst from the tip, pushing back against Glacia's icy magic. For a moment, it seemed to work, the ice retreating and the wind dying down. But Glacia's eyes flashed with anger. "You dare challenge winter itself," she roared, her form growing larger, more terrifying. The storm intensified, snow and ice swirling around her in a maelstrom of elemental fury. Holly gritted her teeth, pouring more power into her spell. She could feel her magic draining, the effort of holding back winter's wrath taking its toll. Sweat beaded on her brow despite the freezing temperature, and her arms trembled with exertion. "Jack," she gasped, "I can't hold her much longer. Get everyone out." Jack hesitated, clearly torn between helping Holly and saving the townspeople. But a nod from Holly sent him into action. He raced through the square, using his ice powers to create protective barriers around the frozen citizens, carefully thawing them and ushering them to safety. Holly's focus narrowed to her duel with Glacia. The spirit of winter was relentless, her attacks growing stronger with each passing moment. Icicles rained down like deadly arrows, wind howled with the force of 1,000 blizzards, and the very air seemed to crystallize with cold. Just as Holly felt her strength beginning to fail, a new voice cut through the chaos. "Holly. Jack. We're here." Juniper and Pepper had arrived, their combined magic adding to Holly's defenses. Juniper's wild, primal magic intertwined with Holly's more structured spells, creating a barrier that pulsed with the essence of all 4 seasons. Pepper's unique mint-flavored magic added an extra layer of protection, its coolness a gentle counter to Glacia's harsh cold. For a moment, it seemed as if they might actually stand a chance. The 4 of them stood united, their magic pushing back against winter's fury. But Glacia was far from defeated. With a roar that shook the very foundations of Merry Hollow, Glacia unleashed her full power. A wave of pure winter magic, ancient and unstoppable, crashed down upon them. Holly felt her barrier shatter, the backlash of magic sending her flying backwards. She hit the ground hard, her head striking the icy pavement. As consciousness faded, Holly's last sight was of Glacia looming over Merry Hollow, her icy form blotting out the sky. The eternal Christmas lights, which had defined her home for so long, flickered one last time before going dark. Then, blackness. Holly drifted in a void of swirling snow and ice, fragments of memories and visions flashing before her. She saw Merry Hollow as it once was, wild and untamed, winter spirits dancing freely through ancient forests. She witnessed the founding of the town, the binding of winter, the creation of eternal Christmas. She felt the pain and rage of imprisoned spirits, their power building over centuries, waiting for the moment to break free. Somewhere in the distance, she heard familiar voices calling her name. They seemed muffled, as if coming from the other side of a thick wall of ice. Holly struggled towards the sound, fighting against the numbing cold that threatened to drag her back into the darkness. With a gasp, Holly's eyes flew open. She found herself in her own bedroom above the bakery, tucked into bed with what felt like every blanket in Merry Hollow piled on top of her. Jack, Juniper, and Pepper were gathered around, their faces etched with worry and relief. "Thank goodness," Juniper breathed, squeezing Holly's hand. "We thought we'd lost you for a moment there." Holly tried to sit up, wincing at the pounding in her head. "Glacia," she croaked, her throat dry and sore. "The town. What happened?" Jack gently pushed her back down. "Easy there, hero. Glacia retreated after you fell. I think unleashing that much power took a toll on her too. But she'll be back, and stronger next time." Pepper nodded solemnly, her usual cheerful demeanor subdued. "The magical council is in an uproar. They've never seen anything like this. They're talking about evacuating Merry Hollow entirely." Holly shook her head, immediately regretting the motion as pain lanced through her skull. Chapter 9, A Plan Forms. Holly awoke with a start, her head pounding and her thoughts fuzzy. The familiar scents of cinnamon and gingerbread that usually permeated her bakery were overshadowed by an unfamiliar chill in the air. As her vision cleared, she realized she was lying on the worn couch in her bakery's back room, wrapped in a patchwork quilt adorned with smiling snowmen. Hushed voices drifted from the kitchen, the urgent tones punctuated by occasional bursts of magical energy that made the air crackle. Holly struggled to sit up, wincing as her body protested the movement. I'm telling you, a direct confrontation is suicide. Juniper's voice hissed, uncharacteristically heated. We need to be smarter about this. And what do you suggest? Jack's cool tones replied, tinged with frustration. We can't just sit back and let Glacia freeze the entire town. Guys, please, Pepper's smaller voice chimed in, we need to work together on this. Holly cleared her throat, drawing the attention of her arguing companions. How about we start by filling me in on what I missed? The three rushed to her side, their faces a mixture of relief and concern. Jack knelt beside her, his cool hand gentle on her forehead. How are you feeling? He asked, his icy blue eyes searching her face. Like I got hit by a runaway sleigh, Holly admitted with a weak smile. But I'll live. Now, what's the situation? As Juniper conjured a steaming mug of peppermint tea for Holly, they began to outline the events that had transpired while she was unconscious. Glacia had retreated after their confrontation, but her influence was spreading. Patches of unnatural ice were appearing throughout Mary Hollow, resistant to any magical attempts to melt them. The town was in a state of panic, divided between those who wanted to fight and those who were ready to abandon their homes. We need a plan, Holly said firmly, setting down her empty mug. And we need one fast. The team gathered around the large wooden table in the center of the bakery's kitchen, various magical tomes and scrolls spread out before them. The usually cheerful space felt somber, the enchanted oven cold and dark for the first time in memory. I've been thinking, Juniper began, her fingers tracing the outline of an ancient rune in one of the books, what if we fight fire with fire? Or in this case, winter with Christmas? Holly leaned forward, intrigued. What do you mean? A town-wide ritual, Juniper explained, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We channel the combined Christmas magic of every citizen in Mary Hollow. It might be enough to counter Glacia's power, maybe even communicate with her. Jack nodded slowly, frost patterns forming and dissolving on the table beneath his fingertips as he thought. It could work. But it would take an enormous amount of coordination and power. We'd need everyone's participation. And that's where we might run into trouble, Pepper added, her pointed ears drooping slightly. After everything that's happened, the town is more divided than ever. Some folks are blaming Holly and Juniper for stirring up trouble in the first place. Holly felt a pang of guilt at Pepper's words, but pushed it aside. There would be time for regrets later. Right now, they needed action. Then we'll just have to convince them, she said firmly. This is about more than just our differences now. It's about the survival of Mary Hollow itself. With renewed determination, they began to plan. Juniper sketched out the framework for the ritual, drawing on her knowledge of ancient magics and the unique properties of Mary Hollow's Christmas spirit. Holly pored over spell books, searching for a way to establish a direct line of communication with Glacia. If they could just talk to her, make her understand. Jack and Pepper were tasked with gathering the necessary magical supplies. They compiled a list that ranged from the mundane, pine cones and holly berries, to the esoteric, frost from the highest peak of the Peppermint Mountains and a tear from Santa's eye. I can handle most of this, Jack said, reviewing the list. But some of these items, they won't be easy to come by. Pepper squared her small shoulders. Leave it to me. The Magical Council has resources we can tap into. And I know a few shortcuts through the enchanted postal system. As the others worked, Holly retreated to a quiet corner of the bakery. She closed her eyes, focusing on the warm, vibrant magic that had always flowed through Mary Hollow. But now, she could feel an undercurrent of something colder, wilder. Winter magic, seeping in through the cracks in their eternal Christmas. Instead of fighting it, Holly tried to understand it, to feel its rhythms and patterns. Slowly, painstakingly, she began to craft a spell. It was unlike anything she had ever attempted before, a delicate weaving of Christmas cheer and winter's chill. If it worked, it would allow her to speak directly to Glacia, mind to mind, spirit to spirit. Hours passed in a flurry of magical experimentation and heated debates. The sun had long since set, not that anyone could tell through the perpetual blizzard that now engulfed Mary Hollow. The bakery, usually so warm and inviting, felt like the last bastion of Christmas cheer in a world being consumed by winter. As midnight approached, they finally had the outline of a plan. The ritual would take place in the town square, centered around the great Christmas tree. Every citizen would have a role to play, from the youngest elf child to the eldest reindeer herder. They would channel their magic, their memories of Christmases past, their hopes for Christmases future, all into a singular purpose, to reach out to Glacia and find a way to coexist. It's risky, Juniper admitted, running a hand through her hair. If it goes wrong, we could end up giving Glacia even more power. But if it works, Holly countered, we might just save everything we love about Mary Hollow while restoring the natural balance. Jack nodded, his expression solemn. It's the best chance we've got. But convincing the town won't be easy. They were interrupted by a knock at the bakery door. Holly opened it to find Mayor Cordelia Candy Cane, her usually jolly face creased with worry. Miss Evergreen, she said, her voice tired but determined, the town council has called an emergency meeting. We need you and your team there. It's time to decide Mary Hollow's fate. Holly exchanged glances with her companions. This was it. The moment of truth. We'll be there, Mayor, she said. And we have a plan to present. As they prepared to leave the safety of the bakery, Holly couldn't help but feel a mixture of hope and trepidation. They had a plan, yes, but would it be enough? Would the people of Mary Hollow, scared and divided, be willing to come together for this desperate gambit? They stepped out into the street, and Holly gasped. The Mary Hollow she knew was barely recognizable. The once cheerful gingerbread buildings were now encased in sheets of jagged ice. Frost patterns crept up walls and across windows, beautiful but alien. The eternal Christmas lights, which had defined the town for so long, were dark and lifeless. But as they made their way towards the town hall, Holly began to notice something. Here and there, candles flickered in windows. The warm glow of fireplaces fought back against the encroaching ice. And in the faces of the few citizens they passed, she saw not just fear, but determination. Look, she said softly to her companions, gesturing to a group of elf children building a snowman. The snowman wore a lopsided Santa hat and held a candy cane like a sword. They're not giving up. They're adapting. Jack squeezed her hand, a rare smile softening his frosty features. That's the spirit of Mary Hollow. That's what we're fighting for. As they approached the town hall, they could see a crowd gathering. Elves, humans, and magical creatures of all kinds were filing into the building, their breaths visible in the frigid air. The atmosphere was tense, but there was an undercurrent of something else. Hope, perhaps. Or at least the willingness to hope. Before they entered, Juniper pulled Holly aside. Listen, she said, her voice low and urgent, whatever happens in there, whatever they decide. I want you to know I'm with you. All the way. Holly felt a lump form in her throat. After years of estrangement, after all the secrets and misunderstandings, here they were. Sisters, united once more. Thank you, she whispered, pulling Juniper into a tight hug. That means everything. Inside the town hall, the air was thick with tension and the mingled scents of peppermint and pine. Holly and her team made their way to the front, where Mayor Candy Cane stood behind a podium shaped like a giant candy cane. The mayor's usual festive robes. As the debate began in earnest, Holly rejoined her team. Jack gave her a proud smile, while Juniper squeezed her shoulder in silent support. Pepper bounced on her toes, her eyes shining with excitement. You did it, Holly, the young elf whispered. You gave them hope. Holly watched as her neighbors and friends passionately discussed the future of their town. There were still disagreements, still fears to be addressed. But there was also a growing sense of unity, of shared purpose. As the meeting stretched into the night, plans were made and roles assigned. The great ritual would take place at dawn, when the veil between seasons was thinnest. Every citizen, from the oldest elder to the youngest child, would play a part in channeling the combined magic of Merry Hollow. When they finally emerged from the town hall, the first light of dawn was breaking over the snow-covered roofs. The streets were quiet, but it was no longer the eerie silence of fear. Instead, there was a sense of anticipation in the air, of a town holding its breath before taking a great leap. Holly and her team paused on the steps of the town hall, looking out over the frost-covered buildings of Merry Hollow. In just a few short hours, they would attempt the greatest magical working in the town's history. The fate of their home, and perhaps the very nature of Christmas magic itself, hung in the balance. "Whatever happens," Holly said softly, "we face it together." Jack, Juniper, and Pepper nodded in agreement. As one, they set off towards the town square, ready to make their final preparations. The battle for Merry Hollow's future was about to begin. Chapter 10, Magical Showdown. The pre-dawn light cast an eerie glow over Merry Hollow's town square, the usual twinkling Christmas lights replaced by an otherworldly shimmer of frost and ice. Citizens gathered in hushed groups, their breaths visible in the frigid air. The crunch of snow underfoot and the occasional whisper were the only sounds that broke the tense silence. At the center of it all stood the great Christmas tree, its once proud branches now drooping under the weight of unnatural ice. Holly Evergreen stood before it, her witch's hat slightly askew and her green eyes filled with determination. Beside her, Jack Frost's icy presence provided a strange comfort in the face of the coming confrontation. "Are you ready?" Jack asked softly, his cool hand finding hers. Holly nodded, squeezing his hand before stepping forward. She raised her wand, its tip glowing with a warm, golden light that seemed to push back against the encroaching darkness. "Citizens of Merry Hollow," she called out, her voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the square, "it's time. Remember what we practiced. Focus on your happiest Christmas memories, on the love and joy that have always defined our home." As if on cue, the townsfolk began to move. Elves and humans, reindeer and sentient snowmen, all took their places in a giant, intricate pattern that spread out from the Christmas tree. Juniper and Pepper worked their way through the crowd, offering words of encouragement and last-minute instructions. Holly took a deep breath, centering herself. She could feel the magic of Merry Hollow pulsing beneath her feet, a mix of the eternal Christmas cheer they had always known and the wild winter power that now sought to reclaim its place. With a gesture of her wand, she began the ritual. A soft humming filled the air as the citizens of Merry Hollow began to channel their magic. It started as individual notes, a child's giggle here, the tinkle of a silver bell there, but quickly grew into a harmonious chord of pure Christmas spirit. Golden light began to emanate from the gathered townsfolk, pushing back against the encroaching frost. As the ritual gained strength, the great Christmas tree began to respond. Ice melted from its branches, revealing vibrant green needles underneath. Ornaments that had been dormant for days sprang back to life, spinning and twinkling with renewed energy. For a moment, it seemed as if their plan might work without confrontation. But then, a bone-chilling wind swept through the square, carrying with it the haunting laughter of winter itself. The sky darkened as storm clouds gathered with unnatural speed. Snow began to fall, not in gentle flakes but in stinging shards of ice. And there, materializing above the Christmas tree like a terrible angel of frost, was Glacia Winterborn. She was even more magnificent and terrifying than before. Her form seemed to shift between solid ice and swirling snow, her hair a cascade of icicles that chimed ominously in the wind. Her eyes, when they opened, were the deep blue of glaciers, ancient and unforgiving. "Foolish mortals," Glacia's voice boomed, shaking icicles from rooftops and sending shivers down every spine. "Do you think your quaint rituals can stand against the power of true winter? Your time is over. The eternal Christmas you stole will be reclaimed." With a gesture of her frost-covered hand, Glacia sent a wave of intense cold sweeping across the square. Citizens cried out as their feet began to freeze to the ground, the golden glow of their magic flickering under the onslaught. Holly gritted her teeth, pouring more power into the ritual. "Hold fast," she shouted to the townsfolk. "Remember who we are, what we stand for. Christmas is more than just magic, it's the love we share, the joy we bring to others." Her words seemed to renew the town's resolve. The golden glow strengthened, pushing back against Glacia's ice. The air itself became a battlefield, with swirling eddies of frost clashing against warm currents of cinnamon-scented magic. Jack stepped forward, his own winter magic creating a buffer between Glacia's attacks and the vulnerable citizens. Ice met ice in a spectacular display, frozen fractals blooming in midair before shattering like glass. Juniper added her wild magic to the mix, calling upon the ancient spirits of the forest. Roots burst from the frozen ground, wrapping around Glacia's form like gnarled hands. But the winter spirit merely laughed, shattering her wooden bonds with a flex of her icy muscles. The battle raged on, magic filling the air like fireworks. Christmas ornaments flew through the air like festive missiles, exploding into showers of golden sparks where they met Glacia's ice spears. Elves wielded candy canes like swords, deflecting shards of ice. A choir of sentient snowmen sang carols with such feeling that their voices created visible waves of warm, red energy. Throughout it all, Holly stood firm at the center, conducting the town's magic like a master orchestrator. But even as she directed the battle, she worked on her true goal, the spell that would allow her to communicate directly with Glacia. As the fight reached a fever pitch, with neither side able to gain a clear advantage, Holly felt her spell finally click into place. With a cry of triumph that was drowned out by the magical chaos around her, she sent her consciousness hurtling towards Glacia. For a moment, Holly felt as if she was falling through an endless void of swirling snow and ice. Then, with a jolt, she found herself in Glacia's memories. She saw the world as it had been eons ago, when winter roamed freely. Glacia danced through ancient forests, her presence bringing the quiet beauty of snowfall and the cleansing purity of ice. Holly felt the joy Glacia took in her purpose, the pride in being part of the natural cycle of the world. Then came the binding. Holly experienced Glacia's confusion and fear as the founders of Merry Hollow worked their magic. She felt the agony of being trapped, compressed, forced into an unnatural sleep. And through it all, the maddening ticking of time as years, decades, centuries passed. When Holly's consciousness snapped back to her body, she found herself on her knees in the snow, tears freezing on her cheeks. She looked up at Glacia with new understanding, seeing not just a force of destruction but a being in pain, lashing out after centuries of imprisonment. "Glacia!" Holly called out, her voice somehow cutting through the magical storm around them. "Please, listen to me. We understand now. We know the wrong that was done to you." The winter spirit paused in her assault, her swirling form coalescing into a more human-like appearance. "You understand nothing, little witch," she spat, but there was a note of uncertainty in her voice. Holly struggled to her feet, aided by Jack and Juniper. "But we do," she insisted. "I've seen your memories. I've felt your pain. What was done to you was wrong. But this, destroying Merry Hollow, ending Christmas, it won't heal that wound. It'll only create more pain." Glacia's form flickered, ice and snow swirling in agitation. "What would you have me do? Return to my prison? Allow your unnatural eternal Christmas to continue?" "No," Holly said firmly. "Never again. But there must be a middle ground. A way for winter and Christmas to coexist, as they were always meant to." The citizens of Merry Hollow, who had been watching this exchange in stunned silence, began to murmur in agreement. Voices rose, offering apologies to Glacia, suggesting compromises. "We could have real seasons again," one elf suggested timidly. "But still keep the Christmas magic alive all year round," another chimed in. "Think of how beautiful Merry Hollow could be with your true winter magic," Holly pressed, sensing Glacia's resolve weakening. Not just eternal Christmas, but a place where all seasons are celebrated, where the change from one to another is a cause for joy. Glacia's form continued to shift and swirl, but the violent wind had died down. She seemed to be considering Holly's words. "And how do you propose to make this work, little witch?" "Words are easy. Actions are what matter." Holly nodded, her mind racing. "You're right. We need more than just promises." She turned to the gathered citizens. "Everyone, focus your magic again. But this time, don't just think of Christmas. Think of the beauty of all seasons, of the joy each one brings." As the townsfolk closed their eyes in concentration, Holly raised her wand once more. She began to weave a new spell, one that combined the Christmas magic of Merry Hollow with the wild winter power that Glacia embodied. The air around them began to shimmer and spark. Streams of magic, gold for Christmas, blue for winter, and every color in between for the other seasons, swirled together above the great Christmas tree. They twisted and turned, weaving together into a new form. With a flash of light that momentarily blinded everyone in the square, the streams of magic, the tension in the square broke like ice cracking on a spring day. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and the magic in the air took on a celebratory feeling. Glacia's form seemed to relax, the harsh angles of ice softening into more graceful curves. Holly held out the snow globe. "Together, then? To seal our pact?" Glacia nodded, reaching out to place her hand atop the globe. Holly felt Jack's cool touch as he added his hand to the pile, followed by Juniper and Pepper. One by one, the citizens of Merry Hollow came forward, each adding their own magic to the new artifact. As the last hand touched the globe, a pulse of magic radiated outward. Holly gasped as she felt the change sweep through Merry Hollow. The oppressive winter storm dissipated, replaced by a crisp, clear winter day. But more than that, she could feel the potential for change in the air, the promise of spring waiting just around the corner. The great Christmas tree shimmered, its eternal decorations fading to reveal a natural pine in the full glory of winter. Yet, a hint of tinsel remained, a reminder that the spirit of Christmas would always be present, no matter the season. As the magic settled, the citizens of Merry Hollow looked around in wonder. The town they had known for so long was both familiar and new. Icicles hung from eaves like crystal decorations, while winter flowers peeked out from beneath the snow. The eternal Christmas lights had dimmed, but in their place, the snow itself seemed to sparkle with an inner light. Glacia, no longer a terrifying force of nature but a regal embodiment of winter, surveyed the changed town with satisfaction. "It is done," she said, her voice now more like the gentle fall of snowflakes than the howl of a blizzard. "Merry Hollow is reborn, a place of balance between eternal Christmas cheer and the natural cycle of seasons." Holly cradled the new snow globe, feeling the magic pulsing within it. "Thank you, Glacia," she said softly. "For giving us a chance, for being willing to find a compromise." The winter spirit inclined her head. "And thank you, Holly Evergreen, for having the courage to seek understanding rather than simply fighting. It is not often that a wrong can be righted in such a way." She looked out over the town, a hint of a smile on her icy features. "I look forward to seeing how Merry Hollow adapts to this new reality." As Glacia's form began to dissipate, blending with the winter air around them, Holly turned to address the gathered citizens. "People of Merry Hollow," she began, her voice carrying easily in the crisp air, "we've taken the first step into a new era for our town. It won't always be easy. Change never is. But together, we'll find our way." Mayor Candy Cane stepped forward, her eyes shining with unshed tears of joy and trepidation. "Well said, Miss Evergreen. Now, I believe we have some rescheduling to do. After all, we can't have our spring fest in the middle of winter anymore, can we?" A ripple of laughter went through the crowd, breaking the last of the tension. As the townsfolk began to disperse, excitedly discussing plans for the coming changes, Holly felt a cool hand on her shoulder. She turned to find Jack smiling at her, pride evident in his icy blue eyes. "You did it, Holly," he said softly. You saved Mary Hollow. Holly shook her head, smiling back at him. We did it. All of us, together. She looked down at the snow globe in her hands, watching the seasons cycle through in miniature. And I have a feeling our adventures are far from over. After all, we have a whole year of seasons to rediscover. As the first rays of the winter sun crested the horizon, bathing Mary Hollow in a warm, golden light, Holly felt a sense of excitement and possibility she hadn't experienced in years. The eternal Christmas was over, but a new, perhaps even more magical chapter in Mary Hollow's history was just beginning. With Jack by her side and the support of the entire town behind her, Holly knew that whatever challenges the changing seasons might bring, they would face them together. And through it all, the spirit of Christmas, of love, joy, and coming together, would remain a constant reminder of the magic that had always made Mary Hollow special. As they walked back towards the gingerbread cottage bakery, already discussing plans for a spring-themed menu, Holly couldn't help but feel that the best was yet to come. The magic of Mary Hollow had been reborn, and with it, a whole world of new possibilities awaited. Yet, as the adrenaline of the confrontation with Glacia began to fade, Holly felt a nagging sense of unease. There were still so many unanswered questions about Mary Hollow's past, about the original binding of the winter spirits. As she bid goodnight to Jack and entered her cozy bakery, she couldn't shake the feeling that their journey was far from over. That night, as Holly drifted off to sleep, her dreams were filled with swirling snow and echoes of a past she had never known. Chapter 11, The Icy Truth. Holly found herself standing in a Mary Hollow she didn't recognize. Gone were the gingerbread houses and candy cane lampposts. Instead, she saw a wild, untamed land where winter reigned supreme. Majestic ice formations rose like crystal cathedrals, and the air was alive with the dance of frost fairies and snow sprites. In the center of it all stood a figure that Holly recognized as a younger Glacia, her form more solid, her eyes alight with joy as she conducted the symphony of winter around her. But then, the scene shifted. Holly watched in horror as a group of figures emerged from the shadows, wielding magic that crackled with the warmth of eternal summer. She saw the battle unfold, witnessed the pain and betrayal in Glacia's eyes as she was forced into the magical prison. The founders of Mary Hollow celebrated their victory, but even in her dream, Holly could feel the wrongness of it all, the imbalance they had created. Just as the founders were sealing Glacia away, one of them turned to look directly at Holly. With a jolt, she recognized her own eyes staring back at her from a face centuries old. Holly woke with a gasp, her nightgown soaked with cold sweat. The dream clung to her like cobwebs, leaving her shaken and disoriented. As she struggled to calm her racing heart, she realized with growing dread that the dream hadn't felt like a mere nightmare. It had the weight of memory, of a truth long buried but finally clawing its way to the surface. A soft knock at her door made her jump. "Holly?" Jack's voice called, concern evident in his tone. "Are you all right?" I felt a surge of magic and... Holly threw on her robe and opened the door to find not just Jack, but Juniper and Pepper as well, all looking worried and slightly rumpled, as if they too had been awakened suddenly. "I had a dream," Holly began, then shook her head. "No, not a dream. A vision, I think. Of Mary Hollow's past. And I think we need to go back to the hidden chamber beneath the great Christmas tree." Juniper's eyes widened. "You felt it too?" "I was just coming to tell you about my own vision." Pepper nodded vigorously, her pointed ears quivering with excitement and nerves. "The Magical Council sent me an urgent message. They say the magical fluctuations in Mary Hollow are revealing long-hidden truths. We need to uncover them before they cause more instability." Jack looked from one to the other, his icy brow furrowed with concern. "Then we'd better get moving. If we're all having visions and feeling magical surges, something big is happening." As they made their way through the pre-dawn streets of Mary Hollow, Holly couldn't help but marvel at how different the town looked after their confrontation with Glacia. The eternal Christmas decorations were gone, replaced by the natural beauty of a true winter. Frost patterns adorned windows like delicate lace, and the snow crunched satisfyingly underfoot. They reached the great Christmas tree, now a majestic pine free of its gaudy decorations but no less breathtaking. Holly placed her hand on the rough bark, feeling the pulse of magic beneath. With a whispered word and a wave of her wand, the hidden entrance to the chamber below shimmered into view. As they descended into the darkness, the air grew thick with the weight of centuries-old magic. Holly conjured a ball of warm, golden light that illuminated the twisting passage. The walls were no longer smooth and polished as they had been during their first visit. Now, they could see ancient runes and symbols carved into the stone, pulsing with a faint, icy blue light. "It's like the chamber is waking up," Juniper murmured, her fingers tracing one of the glowing symbols, revealing its secrets now that the binding spell has been broken. They reached the central chamber, and Holly gasped. The room had transformed entirely. Gone was the sterile, vault-like space they had first encountered. In its place was a vast cavern that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. The walls were covered in intricate murals that shifted and moved, depicting scenes from Mary Hollow's history. "It's beautiful," Pepper breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. Jack nodded, but his expression was guarded. "Beautiful, yes. But also dangerous, I think. Can you feel it? The magic here is raw. Uncontrolled." Holly could indeed feel it. The air thrummed with power, making her skin tingle and her witch's senses go into overdrive. She approached one of the moving murals, drawn to a scene that seemed to match her dream. As she touched the wall, the world around her blurred. And suddenly, Holly found herself transported into the memory itself. She was no longer a mere observer but a participant in the scene unfolding before her. The air was crisp with the bite of winter, but there was a warmth to it as well, a sense of balance and harmony. Holly saw Glacia as she had been centuries ago, resplendent in her full power. The winter spirit danced through the pristine forests, her laughter like the tinkling of icicles in the wind. Where she passed, frost flowers bloomed and snowflakes swirled in intricate patterns. But then, the scene shifted. A group of figures emerged from the shadows, their faces set with grim determination. Holly recognized them as the founders of Mary Hollow, and with a jolt, she realized that one of them bore a striking resemblance to her own grandmother. "It must be done," one of the founders said, his voice heavy with regret. "For the good of all, we must create a haven of eternal Christmas cheer." Holly wanted to cry out, to warn Glacia of the impending betrayal, but she was powerless to intervene. She watched in horror as the founders began their ritual, their magic burning with the warmth of summer as they sought to bind winter itself. The battle was fierce and terrible. Glacia fought with all her might, but she was outnumbered. Slowly, inexorably, she was forced into the magical prison that would become the heart of Mary Hollow's eternal Christmas. As the vision faded and Holly found herself back in the hidden chamber, she stumbled, overwhelmed by the emotions she had experienced. Jack caught her, his cool touch grounding her in the present. "Holly? What did you see?" he asked, concern evident in his icy blue eyes. Before she could answer, Juniper gasped. She was standing before another section of the wall, her hand outstretched. "You need to see this," she said, her voice trembling. They gathered around, and Holly felt her heart sink as she read the words etched into the stone. "When winter's chains at last are broken, and Christmas spirit falters, shaken, the balance must be swift restored, or magic's price will be ignored. A choice must then be made with care, by one whose blood the founders share. To mend the rift, 'tween cold and warm, or watch as chaos takes its form." "A prophecy," Pepper whispered, her eyes wide. "But what does it mean?" Holly felt a chill that had nothing to do with the chamber's temperature. I think it's talking about me," she said softly. "In my vision, I saw one of the founders. She looked just like my grandmother." Jack squeezed her hand reassuringly. "We don't know that for sure, Holly. It could be referring to anyone with Founder's blood. But Holly shook her head. No, it fits too well. The choice we made to free Glacia, to restore the balance of seasons, to marry Hollow, but what if that was just the beginning? What if there's more we need to do? Juniper was examining another section of the wall, her brow furrowed in concentration. Look at this, she called. It's a record of the original binding spell. It's incredibly complex. The Founders didn't just imprison Glacia, they rewrote the very magical fabric of this entire region. As they pored over the ancient records, a troubling picture began to emerge. The Founders' actions, while well-intentioned, had caused ripples of magical instability that extended far beyond Merry Hollow. The eternal Christmas they had created was maintained at a terrible cost, drawing power from the natural world and disrupting the balance of magic across a vast area. We thought freeing Glacia and restoring the seasons would solve everything, Holly said, her voice heavy with realization. But it's only the first step. We've opened a Pandora's box of magical consequences. Jack nodded grimly. The question is, what do we do now? How do we restore the balance without causing even more damage? As they debated their next steps, Holly felt the weight of responsibility settling heavily on her shoulders. If the prophecy was indeed about her, then the fate of not just Merry Hollow, but perhaps the entire magical world, rested in her hands. They spent hours in the chamber, uncovering more secrets and debating the ethics of their town's foundation. The sun had risen and set again by the time they finally emerged, their minds. Chapter 12, Sisterly Bonds. The morning light filtered through the frost-covered windows of the gingerbread cottage bakery, casting a soft glow on the kitchen table where Holly and Juniper sat in uncomfortable silence. The sisters poked at their breakfast, the usually delicious peppermint pancakes tasting like cardboard in their mouths as they struggled to find words to bridge the years of distance between them. Holly cleared her throat, breaking the silence. So, how do you like your pancakes? Juniper looked up, a faint smile tugging at her lips. They're good. Just like Mom used to make. The mention of their mother hung in the air, a bittersweet reminder of happier times and shared memories. Holly seized on it like a lifeline. Remember how she used to shape them into snowflakes for us on winter mornings, she asked, her voice soft with nostalgia. Juniper nodded, her eyes distant. And she'd dust them with powdered sugar, telling us it was fairy dust that would make our wishes come true. For a moment, the awkwardness melted away, replaced by the warm glow of shared childhood memories. But then reality crashed back in, and the sisters found themselves once again at a loss for words. Finally, Holly pushed her plate away and stood up. This is ridiculous, she declared. We're sisters. We shouldn't be tiptoeing around each other like strangers. Come on, let's go for a walk. Juniper hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Where to? Everywhere, Holly said with a determined smile. Let's revisit our childhood haunts. Maybe it'll help us remember who we used to be to each other. As they stepped out into the crisp winter air, Holly marveled at how different Merry Hollow looked without its eternal Christmas decorations. The town was beautiful in its natural winter state, with frost patterns adorning windows and icicles hanging from eaves like nature's own ornaments. Their first stop was Candy Cane Park, where they had spent countless hours playing as children. The candy cane-striped benches were now simple wooden structures, but the memories they held were just as sweet. Remember the great snowball fight of '95? Juniper asked, a mischievous glint in her eye. Holly laughed. How could I forget? You enchanted your snowballs to follow me around like homing missiles. And you retaliated by turning all the snow around me into cotton candy, Juniper countered, chuckling. We were quite the magical duo back then. As they continued their walk, more memories surfaced. They passed by Frosty's ice cream parlor, now closed for the winter, and recalled how they used to sneak out on summer nights for midnight sundaes. They saw the old schoolhouse where they had learned the basics of holiday magic, giggling over shared recollections of spells gone humorously wrong. But it wasn't all laughter and good times. As they approached the outskirts of town, near the border of the Whispering Woods, a shadow seemed to fall over them both. "This is where I left," Juniper said quietly, stopping in her tracks. "The night I ran away." Holly felt a lump form in her throat. "Why, June? Why did you leave without saying
Goodbye."
Juniper was silent for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the dark line of trees in the distance. When she finally spoke, her voice was thick with emotion. "I was scared, Holly. Scared of the expectations, of the legacy we were supposed to live up to. Do you remember the day Mom and Dad told us about our family's history?" Holly nodded slowly. "They said we were descendants of one of Mary Hollow's founding families. That it was our duty to protect the town's magic." "Exactly," Juniper said. "But I had started to have doubts. I'd found old books in the library, books that hinted at a darker side to Mary Hollow's founding. And then, I started having visions." Holly's eyes widened. "Visions? Like the ones we've been having recently?" Juniper nodded. "Similar, yes. But back then, I didn't understand what they meant. I saw violence, betrayal, the binding of ancient spirits. It terrified me. I thought I was going crazy. So I ran. I thought if I got far enough away from Mary Hollow, the visions would stop." Holly felt a mix of emotions wash over her, sympathy for her sister's fear, hurt at being left behind, and a growing sense of unease about their family's true history. "Why didn't you tell me?" she asked softly. Juniper turned to her, tears glistening in her eyes. "I wanted to protect you, Holly. You were always so dedicated to Mary Hollow, so in love with its magic. I couldn't bear to shatter that for you." Holly reached out, taking her sister's hand. "Oh, June. We could have faced it together. All these years, I thought you left because you didn't care about us anymore." As the sisters embraced, tears flowing freely, a warm glow emanated from between them. They broke apart, startled, to find a small object hovering in the air before them. It was a locket, antique and ornate, with intricate engravings of holly and juniper leaves intertwined around its edge. As they watched, it opened of its own accord, revealing not a photograph but a swirling vortex of magical energy. "The family heirloom," Juniper breathed. "Mom and Dad always said it would reveal itself when the time was right." Holly reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing the cool metal. The moment she touched it, the world around them dissolved into a whirlwind of images and sensations. They saw their ancestors, powerful witches and wizards, standing alongside the other founders of Mary Hollow. They witnessed heated debates about the ethics of binding the winter spirits, saw the conflict in their forebears' eyes as they participated in the ritual that would change the course of magical history. But more than that, they felt the emotions behind these moments, the fear of an uncontrolled winter, the hope for a better future, the guilt and regret that came with their actions. They saw generations of their family grappling with the consequences of that fateful decision, trying to maintain the balance of magic in Mary Hollow while keeping its dark secrets hidden. As the visions faded and the sisters found themselves back in the present, they clung to each other, overwhelmed by what they had seen. "We carry such a weight," Holly said softly. "The sins of our ancestors, the responsibility to make things right." Juniper nodded, her face set with determination. "But we don't have to carry it alone anymore. We're stronger together, Holly. We always have been." As they talked, really talked, for the first time in years, Holly felt the walls between them crumbling. They shared their fears, their regrets, their hopes for the future. They laughed over old jokes and cried over lost time. And through it all, they felt their bond as sisters strengthening, reinforced by the shared weight of their family's legacy. The sun was setting by the time they made their way back to the gingerbread cottage bakery, their cheeks flushed with cold and renewed affection. The family heirloom hung around Holly's neck, a constant reminder of their shared destiny. You know, Juniper said as they approached the bakery, I think I'm finally ready to call Mary Hollow home again. If you'll have me, that is. Holly beamed, squeezing her sister's hand. Always, June. There's always been a place for you here. As they entered the bakery, the warm glow of reconciliation was immediately chilled by the sight of Jack Frost pacing anxiously in the kitchen. His face was grave, frost spreading from his feet with each agitated step. Holly, Juniper, he said, his voice tight with worry. We have a problem. The sisters exchanged a concerned glance, their newfound unity about to be put to the test. Whatever challenge lay ahead, they would face it together, their bond stronger than ever. What is it, Jack? Holly asked, bracing herself for bad news. Jack's icy blue eyes met hers, filled with a mixture of concern and determination. It's Frosty Iceheart. I've been observing some disturbing activities at his workshop. I think he might be involved in something dangerous. The warmth of their reconciliation gave way to a chill of apprehension. Holly felt Juniper's hand tighten in hers, a silent promise of support. Tell us everything, Juniper said, her voice steady. As Jack began to explain, frost patterns swirled more rapidly beneath his feet, reflecting his agitation. The cozy kitchen of the gingerbread cottage bakery, usually a place of warmth and sweet aromas, now felt charged with tension and the promise of impending danger. As they leaned in to hear Jack's report, that they were about to uncover a betrayal that would shake Mary Hollow to its very foundations. Chapter 13, Frosty's Betrayal. Jack paced back and forth in Holly's kitchen, leaving intricate frost patterns on the floor with each step. His usually cool demeanor was cracking, revealing a deep concern that sent shivers down Holly's spine. I've been watching Frosty's workshop for days, Jack explained, his voice low and urgent. At first, I thought he was just working on a new project for the upcoming ice sculpture competition. But then I noticed strange energies emanating from his studio at odd hours of the night. Holly and Juniper exchanged worried glances. What kind of energies? Juniper asked, her hand unconsciously moving to touch the family heirloom around Holly's neck. Jack's frown deepened. Dark magic. Cold, but not like normal winter magic. It felt wrong. Twisted somehow. Holly felt a chill that had nothing to do with Jack's presence. We need to investigate this further, she said, her voice filled with determination. If Frosty is dabbling in dark magic, it could threaten everything we've worked to protect. As they quickly formulated a plan, none of them noticed the small, dark figure watching from the shadows outside the bakery window, its eyes gleaming with mischievous satisfaction. The team set out under the cover of darkness, their breath visible in the frigid night air. Holly, Jack, Juniper, and Pepper made their way through the silent streets of Mary Hollow, the usual festive atmosphere replaced by an eerie calm. Frost's ice sculpture studio loomed ahead, its windows dark save for a faint, pulsing blue light emanating from within. Remember, Holly whispered as they approached, we're here to observe only. No confrontation unless absolutely necessary. They positioned themselves strategically around the building. Holly and Jack took the front, while Juniper and Pepper watched the rear exit. Holly cast a disillusionment charm, rendering them nearly invisible in the shadows. For what felt like hours, they waited in tense silence. The cold seeped into their bones, but none dared move for fear of missing something crucial. Just as Holly was beginning to think they might have made a mistake, a flicker of movement caught her eye. Through the frosted window, they could see Frosty Iceheart 3 hunched over a large block of ice. His usually jovial face was set in a mask of intense concentration, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural blue light. As they watched, he began to carve the ice with swift, precise movements. But this was no ordinary sculpting. With each pass of his tools, dark energies swirled around the forming sculpture. The ice seemed to absorb the magic, pulsing with a sickly blue glow. Holly felt her stomach churn as she recognized the twisted form taking shape, a grotesque parody of Glacia Winterborn. By the star on the Christmas tree, Jack breathed, his voice barely audible. What is he doing? As if in response to Jack's whisper, Frosty suddenly straightened up. He turned towards the window, his eyes scanning the darkness outside. For a heart-stopping moment, Holly was sure they'd been discovered. But then Frosty returned to his work, his movements more frenzied than before. Holly signaled to the others. They needed to get closer, to hear what Frosty was muttering as he worked. Carefully, they crept towards the building, using every shadow for cover. As they neared a partially open window, Frosty's words became clearer. "We'll show them all," he was saying, his voice filled with a manic glee. The true power of winter. Not that watered-down Christmas magic they love so much. Real winter. Harsh. Unforgiving. Beautiful. Holly felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold night air. She glanced at Jack, seeing her own concern mirrored in his icy eyes. This was worse than they had imagined. Suddenly, a piercing screech filled the air. Holly whirled to see one of Frosty's ice sculptures, a jagged, menacing bird, come to life. It flapped its crystalline wings, its eyes glowing with the same eerie blue light as its creators. "Intruders!" Frosty bellowed, his voice booming with unnatural power. "You dare spy on the new King of Winter?" The team sprang into action. Holly raised her wand, dispelling their concealment charms. "Frosty Iceheart," she called out, her voice ringing with authority. "In the name of Merry Hollow, I demand you cease this dark magic at once." Frosty's laughter was like the cracking of glaciers. "Cease?
Oh no.
My dear Holly. I'm just getting started." With a gesture, he sent a wave of razor-sharp icicles hurtling towards them. Jack leapt forward, countering with a wall of his own ice magic. The clash of opposing winter powers sent a shockwave of cold through the air, coating everything nearby in a layer of frost. As Holly and Jack engaged Frosty, Juniper and Pepper worked to contain the animated ice sculptures that were now pouring out of the workshop. Juniper's wild magic tangled with the icy constructs, while Pepper used her magical council training to erect barriers around the area. The battle spilled out onto the streets of Merry Hollow. Citizens, awakened by the commotion, peered out of windows and doorways, their faces masks of fear and confusion. Holly's heart ached to see her beloved town become a battlefield, but there was no time for sentimentality. Frosty proved to be a formidable opponent. His mastery of ice magic rivaled Jack's, and the dark energies he wielded gave his creations a terrifying life of their own. As they fought their way down Candy Cane Lane, Holly saw beloved landmarks transformed into icy weapons. The gingerbread statue in the town square became a lumbering ice giant, while the festive street lamps twisted into serpentine attackers. "Why, Frosty?" Holly called out as she deflected another barrage of icicles. "Why betray everything Merry Hollow stands for?" Frosty's face contorted with rage. "Betray? I'm liberating it. For too long, we've lived in this saccharine parody of winter. It's time for the true cold to reign again." As he spoke, Frosty began to change. His form grew larger, more crystalline. The jovial snowman they had known was replaced by a being of pure ice, jagged and beautiful in its terrible majesty. "I am Frostheart, last of the true winter fae," he declared, his voice echoing with power. "And I will remake this world in ice and snow." With a roar, Frostheart summoned his ultimate creation. The ground shook as a massive ice monster rose behind him, its body a patchwork of all the sculptures he had been working on. It towered over the buildings of Merry Hollow, its multiple arms ending in wicked ice blades and hammers. Holly felt a moment of despair as she looked up at the monstrous creation. How could they possibly defeat something of this magnitude? But then she felt the warmth of the family heirloom against her chest, and a new determination filled her. Drawing on the knowledge she had gained from her connection with Glacia, Holly reached out with her magic. She could feel the currents of winter power flowing through Frostheart's creations. Instead of fighting against them, she began to work with them, guiding rather than opposing. "Everyone," she shouted to her team. Don't fight the ice. Guide it. Remember, true winter isn't about destruction. It's about rest, renewal, beauty. Understanding dawned on their faces. Jack immediately altered his tactics, his ice magic now working in harmony with Holly's. Juniper and Pepper followed suit, their combined powers creating a symphony of winter magic that sang through the air. Frostheart faltered, confusion crossing his icy features. No, he growled. No. This isn't how it's supposed to be. But it was too late. The magic had shifted. His massive ice monster began to change, its jagged edges softening, its aggressive posture relaxing. Under the guidance of Holly and her team, it transformed into a breathtaking ice sculpture that encapsulated the true beauty of winter, majestic, serene, and full of quiet power. Frostheart let out a bellow of rage and frustration. He launched himself at Holly, ice blades forming on his arms. But before he could reach her, a blast of pure winter magic, not dark, not light, but perfectly balanced, struck him squarely in the chest. Glacia Winterborn materialized beside them, her expression stern but not unkind. Enough, Frostheart, she said, her voice like the whisper of snowfall. You have forgotten the true nature of winter. It is not about domination, but about balance. Frostheart collapsed to his knees, his icy form beginning to melt. I just wanted to bring back the old ways, he gasped. The old ways are gone, Glacia said softly. But that doesn't mean winter. Chapter 14, The Mintleaf Mission. Pepper Mintleaf's hands trembled as she reread the message glowing on her communication crystal. The usually cheerful elf's face had drained of color, her pointed ears drooping with the weight of the information she'd received. Holly, Jack, and Juniper watched her anxiously, the tension in the room palpable. Pepper. Holly prompted gently. What does it say? Pepper looked up, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resolve. It's worse than we thought, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The Magical Council isn't just interested in Merry Hollow. They're considering intervention. Jack's eyebrows shot up, frost forming on his fingertips in response to his agitation. Intervention? What exactly does that mean? Pepper took a deep breath, squaring her small shoulders. I think it's time I told you everything. The full extent of the Council's interest in Merry Hollow, and why they sent me here. Over the next hour, Pepper revealed a world far vaster and more complex than Holly had ever imagined. The Magical Council, it turned out, oversaw not just Merry Hollow, but a vast network of magical communities spread across the globe. There's Archipelago Arcane, Pepper explained, conjuring shimmering images in the air as she spoke. A chain of floating islands where weather mages studied the patterns of wind and storm. And the Chrysalis Collective, a society of shapeshifters who live in a perpetually transforming city. Holly's head spun as she tried to take it all in. Merry Hollow, which had always seemed like the center of all magic to her, was just a small part of a much larger tapestry. But Merry Hollow is unique, Pepper continued. The concentration of Christmas magic here, combined with the recent awakening of winter powers, has created a magical nexus unlike anything the Council has ever seen. Juniper leaned forward, her brow furrowed. And that's why they sent you? To study this nexus? Pepper nodded, a flicker of guilt crossing her face. At first, yes. But as I spent time here, as I got to know all of you, my mission changed. I couldn't just be an observer anymore. Jack's eyes narrowed. What exactly does the Council want with Merry Hollow's magic? Pepper's shoulders slumped. They believed that the unique blend of Christmas and winter magic here could be the key to solving magical imbalances around the world. But their methods? She trailed off, her expression troubled. What methods? Holly pressed, a sense of dread growing in her stomach. They want to extract the magic, Pepper said softly. Harness it, control it. They think they can use it to stabilize other magical communities that are struggling. But the process, it could drain Mary Hollow completely. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Holly felt as if the ground was shifting beneath her feet. The Magical Council, which she had always vaguely thought of as a benevolent guiding force, was willing to sacrifice their entire town for the greater good. But that's not right, Holly said, her voice gaining strength as she spoke. Magic isn't something you can just extract and redistribute. It's tied to the land, to the people, to centuries of tradition and belief. Juniper nodded in agreement. And who's to say their solution wouldn't just create more problems? Magical balance is delicate. You can't just brute force it. Pepper looked relieved at their reactions. That's what I've been trying to tell them. But the council, they're used to making hard decisions for the greater good. They see Mary Hollow as one small town weighed against the needs of the entire magical world. Jack, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly spoke up. What if we could show them another way? Prove that Mary Hollow's magic is more valuable intact, that we can find a solution that benefits everyone without sacrificing our home? Holly felt a spark of hope at his words. Yes. We've already made progress in balancing Christmas and winter magic. Maybe that's the key, not extraction, but harmony. As they began to formulate a plan, Pepper's internal struggle was evident. She paced back and forth, her small form radiating tension. I want to help, she said, her voice cracking slightly. But the council, they gave me a chance when no one else would. They believed in me. Holly approached the young elf, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Pepper, loyalty is admirable. But blind loyalty can be dangerous. The council sent you here to learn, to understand. By helping us, you're fulfilling that mission in the truest sense. Pepper looked up at Holly, tears shimmering in her eyes. You're right, she said, a new determination in her voice. Mary Hollow has become more than just an assignment to me. It's become a home. And I'll do whatever it takes to protect it. With Pepper fully on board, the team threw themselves into planning. They would need to present their case to the full Magical Council, demonstrating the unique value of Mary Hollow's magical ecosystem and proposing alternative solutions to the imbalances in other communities. We should bring examples, Juniper suggested. Tangible proof of how our magic works in harmony with the natural world. Jack nodded. And testimonials from the citizens. Show the council that Mary Hollow is more than just a source of power, it's a living, breathing community. As they worked, Holly found herself in awe of the scope of what they were undertaking. They weren't just fighting for Mary Hollow anymore, they were potentially reshaping the future of magic itself. Hours passed in a flurry of planning and preparation. They drafted speeches, gathered magical artifacts, and prepared demonstrations of Mary Hollow's unique blending of Christmas and winter magic. Pepper used her council contacts to arrange an emergency hearing, stressing the urgency of their case. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, Holly felt a sense of cautious optimism. They had a solid plan, a united team, and the righteous determination to protect their home. All right, she said, looking around at her friends with pride. I think we're as ready as we'll ever be. Let's get some rest before dash. But Holly's words were cut short as a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. The air around her began to shimmer and swirl, magical energy coalescing into visible patterns. Holly? Jack's concerned voice sounded distant, as if coming from underwater. What's happening? Holly tried to respond, but she felt herself being pulled away, her consciousness drifting into a sea of swirling magic. The last thing she saw before the vision took hold was the worried faces of her friends, reaching out to catch her as she fell. In her mind's eye, Holly found herself standing in a vast chamber, its walls adorned with shimmering representations of magical communities from around the world. At the center stood a group of figures, their forms obscured by swirling mist but radiating immense power. The Magical Council, Holly realized with a jolt. She was seeing them in session, deliberating the fate of Mary Hollow. The imbalance grows worse by the day, one shadowy figure was saying, its voice echoing with authority. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Mary Hollow's magic must be harnessed for the greater good. But at what cost? Another countered. Are we not sworn to protect all magical communities, no matter their size? Sometimes sacrifices must be made, a third voice intoned solemnly. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. As Holly watched, unable to intervene, she saw images of other magical communities in crisis. A great tree in what must be the heart of the Chrysalis Collective was withering, its transformative magic faltering. The floating islands of Archipelago Arcane were sinking, their weather magic no longer able to keep them aloft. Mary Hollow's magic could stabilize them all, the first voice insisted. We cannot let sentiment cloud our judgment. But then, to Holly's surprise, a smaller figure stepped forward. Though obscured like the others, there was something familiar about its stance. Wait, the figure said, its voice clear and determined. We've received word that representatives from Mary Hollow wish to address the council. They claim to have new information that could change everything. A murmur ran through the assembled council members. Finally, the central figure spoke, its voice resonating with final authority. Very well. We will hear them out. But make no mistake, if their proposal does not offer a viable alternative, we will proceed with the extraction as planned. As the vision began to fade, Holly felt a mix of hope and trepidation. They had a chance to state their case, but the stakes were higher than she had ever imagined. Chapter 15, Echoes of the Past. Holly felt the world around her dissolve, the familiar sights and sounds of present-day Mary Hollow fading away like mist in the morning sun. The vision took hold with an intensity she had never experienced before, plunging her consciousness deep into the town's past. Suddenly, she stood in a clearing, the air crisp with the bite of early winter. The great Christmas tree, now merely a sapling, stood before her, its branches reaching hopefully towards the sky. Around it gathered a group of figures, their faces etched with determination and a hint of fear. This is it, a woman's voice rang out, clear and strong. Holly turned to see a witch who could only be her ancestor, Holly Evergreen. This is where we make our stand against the encroaching darkness of endless winter. Holly could feel the magic thrumming in the air, taste the metallic tang of power on her tongue. The founders of Mary Hollow stood in a circle, their hands linked, faces illuminated by the glow of their combined magic. Are we certain this is the right course of action? A doubtful voice asked. Holly recognized him as Nicholas Frost, Jack's ancestor. Binding the winter spirits, it goes against the natural order. Hollyberry's eyes flashed with a mixture of compassion and steel resolve. We have no choice, Nicholas. You've seen what unchecked winter can do. Entire villages buried in snow, crops withering in the fields. We must create a haven, a place where the warmth of Christmas spirit can flourish year-round. As Holly watched, she felt the weight of their decision. These weren't villains seeking to imprison winter out of malice, but desperate protectors trying to save their people from a force they didn't fully understand. The scene shifted, and Holly found herself years later, watching as Mary Hollow grew and flourished. The eternal Christmas magic infused every aspect of life, bringing joy and abundance. But beneath the surface, she sensed a growing unease. In a dimly lit room, she saw Hollyberry and Nicholas huddled over ancient tomes, their faces lined with worry. The balance is shifting, Nicholas muttered, frost forming on his fingertips. We've tipped the scales too far. Winter magic builds, seeking release. Hollyberry nodded grimly. We need to implement the fail-safe. It's the only way to ensure that if our binding ever falters, there will be a chance to restore balance. Holly leaned closer, straining to hear as they discussed the intricate magical mechanism they were creating. A chill ran down her spine as she realized the full implications of their plan. The vision blurred again, time speeding forward. Holly witnessed generations of her family and the other founding lineages working to maintain the delicate balance of Mary Hollow's magic. But with each passing year, she saw the original mission becoming corrupted. What had started as a noble effort to protect and nurture became an obsession with maintaining the status quo. The truth of the town's founding was hidden away, the winter spirit's imprisonment reframed as a joyous eternal Christmas. Holly's heart ached as she watched the gradual shift. The warm glow of Christmas magic began to feel artificial, a mask hiding the underlying imbalance. She saw her own parents, younger and full of idealism, struggling against the tide of complacency that had settled over the town. Just as the weight of these revelations threatened to overwhelm her, Holly found herself standing before the great Christmas tree, now fully grown. At its base, hidden from view, she saw a complex magical construct pulsing with latent power. The fail-safe. Understanding flooded through her. This was the key to everything, a way to restore balance if the binding of winter ever broke. But as she reached out to touch it, the magical backlash sent her reeling. Holly gasped, the vision releasing her with a jolt that felt like plunging into icy water. She found herself back in the present, collapsed on the floor of the gingerbread cottage bakery. Jack and Juniper knelt beside her, their faces etched with concern. "Holly," Juniper cried, helping her sister sit up. "What happened? You've been out for hours." Holly's head spun, her entire body aching as if she'd run a marathon. She felt magically drained, as if the vision had sapped her very essence. "I saw everything," she managed to croak, her throat dry and raw. Jack conjured a glass of ice water, pressing it gently to her lips. As Holly sipped, feeling strength slowly returning, she began to recount what she had witnessed. "Our ancestors," she said, her voice growing stronger, "they weren't villains. They were trying to protect everyone from an endless winter they didn't understand. But over time, the mission got twisted. We forgot the truth, forgot the balance we were supposed to maintain." Juniper's eyes widened as she absorbed the information. "And this failsafe you saw? What exactly does it do?" Holly shook her head, frustration evident in her voice. "I'm not sure. The vision ended before I could fully understand it. But I think it's a way to reset everything. To give us a chance to make things right if the binding of winter ever fully broke." Jack helped Holly to her feet, his cool touch soothing her overheated skin. "We need to find this failsafe," he said, his voice urgent. "If Glacia's awakening and Frost Heart's attack have weakened the binding as much as we fear, it might be our only hope." As Holly steadied herself, leaning on her friends for support, she felt the full weight of what she had learned settle upon her shoulders. "We've been living a lie," she said softly. "All of Mary Hollow has. We thought our eternal Christmas was a blessing, but it was just a beautiful cage. We need to make this right." Juniper nodded, her face set with determination. "And we will. Together. But first, you need to rest and recover your strength. That vision took a lot out of you." Holly wanted to argue, to insist they act immediately, but she knew her sister was right. She could barely stand, let alone perform the complex magic that would likely be required to activate the failsafe. As Jack and Juniper helped her to the couch, Holly's mind raced with everything she had learned. The Founders' noble intentions, the gradual corruption of their mission, the hidden failsafe that might be their only hope, it all swirled in her thoughts, pieces of a puzzle she was desperate to solve. "We need to tell the others," Holly said as she settled onto the cushions. "Pepper, Mayor Candy Cane, everyone. They deserve to know the truth about our town's history." Jack nodded, frost swirling around his fingers as he paced. "Agreed. But we need to be careful how we present this information. If people panic or refuse to believe us, it could make our job even harder." As they discussed how best to share their discoveries, Holly felt her strength slowly returning. The magical exhaustion began to ebb, replaced by a burning determination to set things right. Suddenly, a shrill, otherworldly sound pierced the air. Holly, Jack, and Juniper jumped to their feet, recognizing it immediately as Mary Hollow's magical alarm system, a sound that hadn't been heard in generations. What now? Juniper groaned, her hands already glowing with defensive magic. They rushed to the window, and Holly felt her heart sink at the sight that greeted them. In the town square, a swirling vortex of winter magic was forming, growing larger by the second. Citizens ran for cover as icy winds whipped through the streets, carrying with them the mournful cries of long-imprisoned winter spirits. "The binding," Jack said, his voice tight with worry. "It's breaking down completely." Holly squared her shoulders, pushing aside her lingering exhaustion. "Then we don't have any more time to waste. We need to find that fail-safe, and we need to find it now." As they prepared to head out into the magical maelstrom, Holly felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration. Everything she had learned, everything she had ever believed about her home, was about to be put to the test. "Remember," she said to Jack and Juniper as they stood at the bakery door, "whatever happens, we're in this together. For Mary Hollow, and for the balance of magic itself." With a shared nod of determination, they stepped out into the swirling chaos. The final battle for Mary Hollow's soul, and the very nature of its magic, was about to begin. As they made their way towards the town square, fighting against the intensifying winter winds, Holly's mind raced with everything she had learned in her vision. The fail-safe, hidden at the base of the great Christmas tree, was their best hope for restoring balance. But would they be able to reach it in time? Citizens of Mary Hollow huddled in doorways and behind magical barriers, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. Holly's heart ached for them, knowing that their entire understanding of their home was about to be shattered. As Glacia raised her hands, summoning a wave of freezing magic, Holly knew they were out of time. With a silent prayer to whatever forces might be listening, she made a desperate lunge for the fail-safe. Her fingers brushed against the pulsing magical construct just as Glacia's winter blast hit. There was a blinding flash of light, a sensation of falling, and then silence. Holly opened her eyes to find herself floating in a void of swirling magic. Around her, she could see her friends, Jack, Juniper, Pepper, similarly suspended. And there, facing them, was Glacia, her form less corporeal now, more a manifestation of winter itself. "Where are we?" Jack's voice echoed strangely in the magical space. The heart of the fail-safe, Holly realized, the knowledge coming to her instinctively. A place between moments, where we can make a choice that will reshape everything. Glacia's voice, when she spoke, was softer now, tinged with a sadness as old as the first snowfall. "A choice? What choice is there? The balance was broken long ago." Holly felt a surge of compassion for the ancient spirit. "The choice to make things right," she said gently. "Not by destroying what was built, but by creating something new. A true balance between winter and Christmas magic, between change and tradition." As she spoke, images began to form in the swirling magic around them. Holly saw visions of Mary Hollow as it could be, a place where the seasons turned in their natural cycle, but where the spirit of Christmas remained a constant undercurrent of joy and generosity. "It won't be easy," Juniper added, her voice strong and sure. "We'll have to relearn so much, adapt to a world that changes. But isn't that what both winter and Christmas are about? Renewal, hope, the promise of new beginnings?" Pepper, her small face shining with determination, chimed in. "And we won't be alone. The Magical Council, all the other magical communities, they can learn from us, just as we can learn from them. We can create a new kind of harmony." Glacia was silent for a long moment, her form shifting like snowflakes in the wind. When she finally spoke, her voice held a note of wonder. Perhaps there is wisdom in your words. A new balance, freely chosen rather than forced." Holly held out her hand, a gesture of trust and reconciliation. "Together?" she asked. Slowly, hesitantly, Glacia reached out. As their hands touched, a pulse of magic radiated outward, filled with the potential for change and renewal. "Together," Glacia agreed. The void around them began to spin, faster and faster, magic of all kinds, winter's chill, Christmas warmth, and countless other flavors of power, blending into a harmonious whole. Holly felt a sensation of falling, of returning. The last thing she heard before consciousness fully claimed her was Glacia's voice, soft as the first snowfall of winter. Wake now, children of Merry Hollow. Wake to a new dawn, and a new balance. With a gasp, Holly's eyes flew open. She found herself lying in the snow of the town square, her friends stirring beside her. As she sat up, blinking in the bright winter sunlight, she realized something had fundamentally changed. The great Christmas tree stood tall and proud, but now its evergreen branches were dusted with a layer of natural snow. The eternal Christmas lights had dimmed, but in their place, the snow itself seemed to sparkle with an inner light that spoke of magic and possibility. All around them, the citizens of Merry Hollow were emerging from their homes, looks of wonder on their faces as they took in the transformed town. Gone was the artificial eternal Christmas, replaced by a true winter scene that somehow still held all the joy and magic of the holiday season. As Holly regained her strength, a magical alarm suddenly sounded throughout the town, signaling a new crisis. The shrill, otherworldly noise pierced the air, causing Holly, Jack, and Juniper to jump to their feet. What now? Juniper groaned, her hands already glowing with defensive magic. They rushed to the window, and Holly felt her heart sink at the sight that greeted them. In the town square, a swirling vortex of winter magic was forming, growing larger by the second. Citizens ran for cover as icy winds whipped through the streets, carrying with them the mournful cries of long-imprisoned winter spirits. "The binding," Jack said, his voice tight with worry. "It's breaking down completely." Holly squared her shoulders, pushing aside her lingering exhaustion. "Then we don't have any more time to waste. We need to communicate with Glacia directly. It's our only chance to prevent catastrophe." As they hurried to prepare for the dangerous communication ritual that would allow them to enter Glacia's realm, Holly's mind raced with everything she had learned in her vision. The complexity of Merry Hollow's history, the good intentions that had led to such dire consequences, it all weighed heavily on her. "Remember," she said to Jack and Juniper as they gathered the necessary magical components, "whatever happens in there, we're in this together. For Merry Hollow, and for the balance of magic itself." With a shared nod of determination, they began the ritual, magical energies crackling around them as they prepared to confront the spirit of winter herself. Chapter 16, Breaking the Ice. The gingerbread cottage bakery crackled with magical energy as Holly, Jack, Juniper, and Pepper hurriedly prepared for the communication ritual. Frost patterns swirled across the windows, driven by Jack's agitation, while sparks of wild magic danced around Juniper's fingertips. Holly's wand glowed with an intense golden light, and even Pepper's usually subtle magic manifested as a swirling mint-green mist. "Are we sure about this?" Pepper asked, her voice quavering slightly as she arranged crystals in a circle on the floor. Holly nodded grimly, her face set with determination. "It's our only chance to reach Glacia before things spiral out of control. We need to understand her, to find a way to coexist." Jack finished inscribing ancient runes around the crystal circle, his icy touch leaving frost in his wake. "The barrier between our world and Glacia's realm will be at its thinnest when the clock strikes midnight. We'll have to time this perfectly." As the town's clock tower began to chime, the team took their positions around the circle. Holly raised her wand, her voice strong and clear as she began the incantation. The others joined in, their voices blending in a harmony of magical resonance. With the final stroke of midnight, a blinding flash of light engulfed them. Holly felt a sensation of falling, of being pulled through layers of reality. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a realm of breathtaking beauty and alien wonder. They stood on a vast plain of ice, so clear it was like glass, reflecting a sky filled with shimmering auroras and unfamiliar constellations. In the distance, mountains of blue-white ice rose impossibly high, their peaks lost in swirling clouds of diamond dust. The air itself seemed alive with magic, each breath filling them with a crisp, invigorating chill that was somehow refreshing rather than uncomfortable. "Where are we?" Juniper breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "The heart of winter's realm," Jack replied, his voice filled with a mix of awe and trepidation. "I've heard stories, but I never imagined." Before he could finish, a gust of wind swirled around them, coalescing into the form of Glacia Winterborn. She was even more magnificent here in her own domain, her body a constantly shifting masterpiece of ice crystals and snowflakes. Her eyes, deep as glaciers and old as time itself, regarded them with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. "Children of eternal Christmas," Glacia's voice resonated through the icy landscape, "you dare to enter my realm? What do you seek?" Holly stepped forward, her heart pounding but her voice steady. "Understanding, Glacia. We've seen glimpses of the past, of the wrong that was done to you. We want to hear your story, to find a way to make things right." For a long moment, Glacia was silent, her form shimmering like heat waves in reverse. Then, with a gesture that sent ripples through the very fabric of her realm, she beckoned them to follow. As they walked across the impossibly smooth ice, the world around them began to change. Visions formed in the air, as solid and real as the ground beneath their feet. Holly and her friends found themselves witnessing the history of winter itself, seen through Glacia's eyes. They saw a world in perfect balance, where the cycle of seasons flowed in harmonious rhythm. Winter was not a time of death, but of rest and renewal. Glacia danced through ancient forests, her touch bringing the quiet beauty of snowfall, the cleansing purity of ice. "We were guardians," Glacia's voice echoed around them, tinged with nostalgia and sorrow. "Keepers of the natural order, bringers of necessary change." The scene shifted, and they felt Glacia's confusion and pain as the balance began to tip. They witnessed harsh winters that lasted too long, saw the fear grow in the eyes of humans struggling to survive. "We did not understand," Glacia continued. "The world was changing, and we with it. But we could not control the growing power, could not stem the tide of endless winter that threatened to engulf all." Holly gasped as she saw the founders of Merry Hollow appear, their faces set with grim determination as they worked their binding spell. She felt Glacia's terror and betrayal as if it were her own, the agony of being torn from the natural world and imprisoned in a magical construct. Beside her, she heard Jack's sharp intake of breath, saw the conflict in his eyes as he witnessed his own ancestors participating in Glacia's imprisonment. Juniper reached out, taking both their hands, grounding them in the present even as the past swirled around them. "For centuries, we languished," Glacia's voice was heavy with the weight of time. "Aware, but unable to act. Watching as the world turned without us, as the natural balance we had sworn to protect grew ever more fragile." The visions changed again, showing them glimpses of other winter spirits trapped alongside Glacia. Some raged against their bonds, while others had fallen into a deep, sorrowful slumber. "We are not alone," Glacia said, a note of fierce protectiveness in her voice. "Many of my kin are still imprisoned, their powers bound and their very essence used to fuel your eternal Christmas." As the visions faded, Holly and her friends found themselves back on the vast ice plain, their minds reeling from all they had witnessed. The beauty of Glacia's realm now felt bittersweet, a reminder of all that had been lost. "Now you see," Glacia said, her form solidifying as she turned to face them. "Now you understand the price of your eternal Christmas, the balance that was shattered for the sake of your comfort." Holly stepped forward, tears freezing on her cheeks almost as soon as they fell. "Glacia, I'm so sorry. What was done to you, to all the winter spirits, was wrong. We see that now." Jack nodded, frost forming in intricate patterns around his feet as he struggled with his emotions. "Our ancestors acted out of fear and desperation, but that doesn't justify the harm they caused. We want to make this right." Juniper, her wild magic responding to the raw power of Glacia's realm, spoke up. "There must be a way to restore the balance, to allow winter and Christmas to coexist as they were meant to." Glacia regarded them silently, her ancient eyes seeming to peer into their very souls. When she spoke, her voice was softer, tinged with a cautious hope. Perhaps there is a way. But it will not be easy. The magic that binds us has grown deep roots over the centuries. Unraveling it could have consequences beyond anything you can imagine. Holly squared her shoulders, her voice ringing with determination. We're willing to face those consequences, Glacia. Merry Hollow was founded with good intentions, but it's time we faced the truth of our past and worked to create a better future. One where all magical beings can coexist in harmony. For the first time, they saw something like a smile flicker across Glacia's crystalline features. Your courage does you credit, young ones. Very well. I will give you a chance to prove your words with actions. She waved her hand, and the air before them shimmered, revealing a glimpse of Merry Hollow. The town was in chaos, winter magic spilling out from the weakening binding spell, clashing with the eternal Christmas enchantments in a dizzying display of magical conflict. Your home stands on the brink, Glacia said. The old magics are unraveling, and with them, the false peace of your eternal Christmas. Return now, and face the challenge that awaits you. If you can find a way to restore true balance, to undo the wrongs of the past without destroying all that you have built, then perhaps there is hope for coexistence. Holly nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. We'll find a way, Glacia. I promise you. As they prepared to return to their own realm, Glacia's voice echoed around them one last time. Remember, children of Merry Hollow. Winter is not your enemy. We are as necessary to the world as the warmth of your Christmas cheer. Find the balance, and you may yet save both our kinds. With a rush of icy wind, Holly felt herself being pulled back through the layers of reality. She blinked, and suddenly they were back in the gingerbread cottage bakery, the crystal circle glowing faintly as the last traces of the communication spell faded away. For a moment, they all sat in stunned silence, processing everything they had seen and learned. Then, the sound of shouting from outside broke through their reverie. Holly. Jack. Anyone. What's happening to our town? They rushed to the window to see a crowd gathering in the street, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. The magical disturbances were growing stronger, snow and ice forming in impossible patterns while bursts of Christmas magic sent ornaments and tinsel swirling through the air. We need to address them, Holly said, her voice hoarse from the intensity of the ritual. They deserve to know the truth. As they stepped outside to face the frightened citizens of Merry Hollow, Holly felt a mix of trepidation and determination. Chapter 17, A Town United. Holly stood before the antique mirror in her bedroom, her reflection flickering with magical energy as she practiced her speech. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on her shoulders, knowing that the future of Merry Hollow hung on her words. Citizens of Merry Hollow, she began, her voice trembling slightly before she steadied it with a deep breath. We stand at a crossroads. Her reflection shimmered, briefly showing an older, more confident version of herself. Holly blinked, startled, but the image was gone. She squared her shoulders, drawing strength from the glimpse of what she could become. You can do this, she told her reflection firmly. For Merry Hollow. For the balance of magic itself. The town hall was packed to capacity, an undercurrent of tension and fear palpable in the air. Holly stood on the stage, flanked by Jack, Juniper, and Pepper. Mayor Cordelia Candy Cane wrung her hands nervously as she called the meeting to order. Citizens of Merry Hollow, the mayor began, her usually cheerful voice strained, we've gathered here today to address the recent disturbances in our town's magic. Miss Holly Evergreen has some important information to share with us all. As Holly stepped forward, a murmur ran through the crowd. She could see the worry and confusion on their faces, mixed with a stubborn resistance to change that had been cultivated over centuries of eternal Christmas. Friends, neighbors, Holly began, her voice carrying clearly through the hall, I know you're frightened. The magic we've always relied on is changing, and that's scary. But what I'm about to tell you may be even more difficult to hear. She took a deep breath and launched into the story of Mary Hollow's true history. As she spoke of the founders' decision to bind the winter spirits, of the imbalance they had unknowingly created, the crowd's reaction shifted from disbelief to anger. "Lies," shouted Eggnog Eddie, the surly owner of the Tipsy Elf Tavern. "Our eternal Christmas is a blessing, not some magical mistake." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Holly felt her heart sink, but she pressed on, her voice growing stronger with conviction. "I understand your disbelief," she said. "But think about it. Haven't you ever wondered why we're the only place with eternal Christmas? Haven't you felt that something was off?" A hush fell over the crowd as her words sank in. Holly could see doubt creeping into their eyes, replacing the knee-jerk anger. "The truth is," she continued, "we've been living in an artificial bubble, cut off from the natural cycle of seasons. And in doing so, we've not just imprisoned winter spirits like Glacia, we've imprisoned ourselves." She went on to describe their journey into Glacia's realm, painting a vivid picture of the beauty and necessity of true winter. As she spoke, she could see the townspeople's expressions changing, wonder replacing fear. "But what about our Christmas magic?" asked Tinsel Twinkletoes, her bell-adorned hat jingling as she wrung her hands. "Are we supposed to just give that up?" Holly smiled, shaking her head. "Not at all. In fact, that's where the true spirit of Christmas comes in. It's not about eternal decorations or never-ending carols. It's about joy, generosity, and coming together in the darkest times. And those are things we can carry with us all year round, through every season." She gestured to Jack, who stepped forward. "Jack is going to demonstrate how Christmas and winter magic can work in harmony." Jack raised his hands, and a swirl of snow and ice formed in the air above the crowd. But instead of the harsh, dangerous winter they had come to fear, this was gentle and beautiful. Snowflakes danced in intricate patterns, forming shapes that evoked both the coziness of Christmas and the quiet beauty of a winter forest. As the crowd watched in awe, Jack spoke, his voice soft but carrying clearly. "Winter isn't something to be feared or locked away. It's a necessary part of the natural cycle, a time of rest and renewal. And when balanced with the warmth of Christmas spirit, it can create something truly magical." The ice and snow coalesced into a miniature scene of Mary Hollow, showing the town as it could be, decorated for Christmas, yes, but with natural snow falling gently, the balance of seasons restored. Juniper stepped forward next, her wild magic adding a touch of autumn gold and spring green to the display. "As someone who left Mary Hollow and saw the outside world," she said, "I can tell you that there's beauty in change, in the turning of seasons. We've been missing out on so much by clinging to our eternal Christmas." The crowd was silent, absorbing her words. Holly could see the conflict on their faces, the struggle between fear of change and the growing realization that change might be necessary, and even beautiful. Suddenly, a voice called out from the back of the hall. "She's right." Everyone turned to see Frosty Iceheart 3, looking smaller and more vulnerable than ever before. I let my fear and anger twist me, made me do terrible things. But now I see, we need balance. We need change." This admission from the town's most notorious winter magic user seemed to break a dam. All around the hall, people began to speak up, sharing their own doubts and fears, but also their hopes for a new Mary Hollow. Holly watched in amazement as long-standing grudges began to thaw. Eggnog Eddie, who had been so vehemently opposed at first, was now deep in conversation with Tinsel Twinkletoes, their heads bent together as they discussed ideas for seasonal drink specials. Ginger Snapdragon, the hot-tempered dragon shifter who ran the hot cocoa stand, approached Frosty Snowman with an outstretched hand. "I reckon we could work together," she said gruffly. "Your ice sculptures would look mighty fine next to my cocoa stand, if you're willing." Frosty Snowman's coal eyes twinkled as he shook her hand, frost and steam mingling in the air between them. "I believe that could be arranged, my dear. Perhaps a collaboration is in order, ice-sculpted mugs for your famous cocoa?" As the hall buzzed with excitement and reconciliation, Mayor Candy Cane called for order. It seems, she said, her voice wobbling with emotion, that we have a decision to make. All in favor of redefining Mary Hollow's relationship with winter, of seeking a true balance of seasons while maintaining the spirit of Christmas year-round, say I thought. The AI that rose from the crowd was deafening, a unified voice of hope and determination that brought tears to Holly's eyes. As the meeting concluded and people began to file out of the hall, still chattering excitedly about the changes to come, Holly felt a tugging on her sleeve. She looked down to see Peppermint, her young apprentice, pointing out the window with wide eyes. "Look, Miss Holly," Pepper exclaimed. "It's snowing." Sure enough, as they stepped outside, gentle flakes of natural snow were drifting down from the sky. It wasn't the magical, ever-present snow they were used to, but something new and wondrous. The citizens of Mary Hollow stood in awe, many reaching out to catch snowflakes on their tongues or in their hands, marveling at the delicate, unique patterns. Holly felt Jack's cool hand slip into hers, and she turned to see him smiling, a look of peace on his face she had never seen before. "It's beautiful," he said softly. "Real winter, in harmony with Christmas magic. Just as it should be." Juniper appeared on Holly's other side, her wild magic causing small bursts of colorful leaves to swirl among the snowflakes. "We did it," she said, bumping her shoulder against Holly's. "We actually did it." As they watched the town experience its first true snowfall in centuries, Holly felt a profound sense of rightness settle over her. The path ahead wouldn't be easy, there was still so much to do, so much to figure out. But looking at the joy and wonder on the faces of her friends and neighbors, she knew they were on the right track. "So," Juniper said, a mischievous glint in her eye, "what's next, oh wise leader of the new Mary Hollow?" Holly laughed, feeling lighter than she had in weeks. "Well, first things first, I think it's time we planned a real winter festival. And then, who knows? We've got a whole year of seasons to rediscover." As they began to discuss plans for the future, the snow continued to fall gently around them. Mary Hollow was changing, growing, finding a new balance between the magic of Christmas and the natural cycle of seasons. And at the heart of it all stood Holly, Jack, Juniper, and their friends, ready to guide their beloved town into a new era of magical harmony. Chapter 18, The Ritual Begins. The town square of Mary Hollow bustled with activity as citizens worked together to prepare for the grand ritual that would redefine their relationship with winter magic. Holly Evergreen watched with a mixture of pride and nervousness as Christmas decorations intertwined with newly crafted winter elements, creating a breathtaking fusion of the town's past and future. Garlands of holly and ivy wound around intricate ice sculptures, their deep green leaves a stark contrast against the crystalline forms. Snowflakes, both natural and magically conjured, danced in the air, settling on the branches of the great Christmas tree that stood at the center of the square. The tree itself had been transformed, its usual gaudy ornaments replaced with delicate icicles and frost patterns that caught the light in mesmerizing ways. "It's beautiful," Juniper murmured, coming to stand beside her sister. "I never thought I'd see Mary Hollow like this." Holly nodded, feeling a lump form in her throat. "It's more than beautiful. It's right. This is what our town was always meant to be, a place where all types of magic can coexist in harmony." As the last preparations were made, Mayor Cordelia Candy Cane's magically amplified voice rang out across the square. "Citizens of Mary Hollow, the time has come for us to take our places. Remember, each and every one of you plays a crucial role in this ritual. Let the love and joy in your hearts guide your magic." Holly took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders as she prepared to take her position. She caught Jack's eye across the square, and he gave her an encouraging nod, frost swirling around his feet in response to his own nervous energy. The townspeople began to arrange themselves in a massive circle around the great Christmas tree, following the intricate patterns that had been etched into the snow-covered ground. Holly could feel the magic building, a palpable force that made the air tingle with potential. "Ready?" Pepper asked, her small face set with determination as she took her place beside Holly. As ready as we'll ever be, Holly replied, managing a smile for her young apprentice. Remember, no matter what happens, we're all in this together. As Holly, Jack, Juniper, and Pepper took their positions at the cardinal points of the circle, a hush fell over the gathered crowd. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the ritual to begin. Holly raised her wand, its tip glowing with a warm, golden light. "Citizens of Merry Hollow," she called out, her voice carrying clearly across the square, "let us begin. Focus on your happiest memories of Christmas, on the love and joy that have always defined our home. But also, open your hearts to the beauty of winter, to the cycle of seasons that we've long forgotten." As she spoke, a soft humming filled the air as the gathered townsfolk began to channel their magic. It started as individual notes, a child's giggle here, the tinkle of a silver bell there, but quickly grew into a harmonious chord of pure Christmas spirit. Golden light began to emanate from the gathered citizens, pushing back against the encroaching twilight. Holly felt her own magic respond, surging through her with an intensity that took her breath away. She directed the flow of energy towards the great Christmas tree, watching in awe as the golden light intertwined with the natural magic of the evergreen. Across the circle, Jack raised his hands, frost patterns swirling around him in increasingly complex designs. His winter magic joined the mix, cool blue energy flowing into the ritual circle. Where it met the golden Christmas magic, beautiful aurora-like patterns formed in the air, shimmering and dancing. Juniper added her wild magic to the equation, earthy greens and vibrant autumn reds swirling into the magical mixture. The very ground beneath their feet seemed to respond, small shoots of grass and wildflowers pushing up through the snow in defiance of the season. Pepper, her face scrunched in concentration, contributed her own unique brand of magic. Minty green tendrils of energy wove through the magical tapestry, bringing with them the fresh scent of new beginnings and possibilities. As the ritual gained strength, the great Christmas tree began to transform. Ice crystals formed on its branches, not obscuring the evergreen needles but enhancing them, creating a breathtaking fusion of winter and eternal life. Ornaments that had been dormant for years sprang back to life, spinning and twinkling with renewed energy. Snow began to fall, but not the magical, never-melting snow that had blanketed Merry Hollow for centuries. This was natural snow, each flake unique and ephemeral, swirling in mesmerizing patterns as it danced on the magical currents flowing through the square. For a moment, it seemed as if their ritual might succeed without any opposition. But then, a bone-chilling wind swept through the square, carrying with it the unmistakable power of true winter. The sky darkened as storm clouds gathered with unnatural speed. The gentle snowfall turned into driving sheets of ice, stinging exposed skin and threatening to extinguish the warm glow of Christmas magic. And there, materializing above the Christmas tree like a terrible angel of frost, was Glacia Winterborn. She was even more magnificent and terrifying than before, her form seeming to shift between solid ice and swirling snow. Her hair was a cascade of icicles that chimed ominously in the wind, and her eyes, when they opened, were the deep blue of glaciers, ancient and unforgiving. "Children of eternal Christmas," Glacia's voice boomed, shaking icicles from rooftops and sending shivers down every spine, "your efforts are admirable, but futile. You cannot undo centuries of imbalance with a single ritual, no matter how heartfelt." With a gesture of her frost-covered hand, Glacia sent a wave of intense cold sweeping across the square. Citizens cried out as their feet began to freeze to the ground, the golden glow of their magic flickering under the onslaught. Holly gritted her teeth, pouring more power into the ritual. "Hold fast," she shouted to the townsfolk. "Remember who we are, what we stand for. Christmas is more than just magic, it's the love we share, the joy we bring to others." Her words seemed to renew the town's resolve. The golden glow strengthened, pushing back against Glacia's ice. The air itself became a battlefield, with swirling eddies of frost clashing against warm currents of cinnamon-scented magic. Jack stepped forward, his own winter magic creating a buffer between Glacia's attacks and the vulnerable citizens. Ice met ice in a spectacular display, frozen fractals blooming in midair before shattering like glass. Juniper added her wild magic to the mix, calling upon the ancient spirits of the forest. Roots burst from the frozen ground, wrapping around Glacia's form like gnarled hands. But the winter spirit merely laughed, shattering her wooden bonds with a flex of her icy muscles. The battle raged on, magic filling the air like fireworks. Christmas ornaments flew through the air like festive missiles, exploding into showers of golden sparks where they met Glacia's ice spears. Elves wielded candy canes like swords, deflecting shards of ice. A choir of sentient snowmen sang carols with such feeling that their voices created visible waves of warm, red energy. Throughout it all, Holly stood firm at the center, conducting the town's magic like a master orchestrator. But even as she directed the battle, she worked on her true goal, reaching out to Glacia, trying to establish a connection that went beyond combat. As the fight reached a fever pitch, with neither side able to gain a clear advantage, Holly felt something shift in the magical currents swirling around her. A tendril of her consciousness brushed against something vast and ancient, Glacia's true self, beyond the fury and the ice. With a supreme effort of will, Holly pushed deeper into that connection. Suddenly, she found herself experiencing flashes of Glacia's memories. She saw the world as it had been eons ago, when winter roamed freely. She felt the joy Glacia had taken in her purpose, the pride in being part of the natural cycle of the world. Then came the binding. Holly experienced Glacia's confusion and fear as the founders of Merry Hollow worked their magic. She felt the agony of being trapped, compressed, forced into an unnatural sleep. And through it all, the maddening ticking of time as years, decades, centuries passed. Tears froze on Holly's cheeks as she came back to herself, the weight of Glacia's experiences heavy on her heart. She looked up at the winter spirit with new understanding, seeing not just a force of destruction but a being in pain, lashing out after centuries of imprisonment. Glacia. Holly called out, her voice somehow cutting through the magical storm around them. Please, listen to me. We understand now. We know the wrong that was done to you. The winter spirit paused in her assault, her swirling form coalescing into a more human-like appearance. You understand nothing, little witch, she spat, but there was a note of uncertainty in her voice. Holly pressed on, her voice growing stronger. But we do. I've seen your memories, felt your pain. What was done to you was wrong. As the townsfolk closed their eyes in concentration, Holly raised her wand once more. She began to weave a new spell, one that combined the Christmas magic of Merry Hollow with the wild winter power that Glacia embodied. As the townsfolk closed their eyes in concentration, Holly raised her wand once more. She began to weave a new spell, one that combined the Christmas magic of Merry Hollow with the wild winter power that Glacia embodied. Holly could feel the strain of channeling such powerful, diverse magics. Sweat beaded on her brow despite the cold, and her hands trembled with the effort of maintaining control. Beside her, she could see Jack and Juniper similarly taxed, their faces etched with concentration as they poured their own powers into the ritual. The citizens of Merry Hollow, too, were giving their all. Elves and humans, sentient snowmen and magical reindeer, all were contributing their unique magics to the swirling vortex of power above the square. As the ritual reached its peak, Holly felt as if she was standing at the center of a magical maelstrom. Every fiber of her being thrummed with power, and she could sense the delicate balance teetering on a knife's edge. One wrong move, one faltering thought, and everything could come crashing down. But then, just as it seemed the magic might overwhelm them all, something shifted. The swirling energies began to coalesce, taking on a form that made Holly's heart leap with joy and wonder. With a flash of light that momentarily blinded everyone in the square, the streams of magic coalesced into a single object. It floated gently down into Holly's outstretched hands, its surface cool to the touch but radiating a warmth that went beyond the physical. It was a snow globe, but unlike any they had ever seen. Inside, a perfect miniature of Merry Hollow could be seen. But as they watched, the scene inside the globe began to change. Spring flowers bloomed and faded into the lush green of summer. Autumn leaves fell, blanketing the tiny town in gold and red, before giving way to a picturesque winter scene. And through it all, the warm glow of Christmas magic remained, a constant undercurrent to the changing seasons. This, Holly said, her voice hoarse with exhaustion but filled with triumph, this is our proposal, Glacia. A new magical artifact, one that honors both Christmas and the natural cycle of seasons. With this, Merry Hollow will change with the seasons as the rest of the world does, but will always keep the spirit of Christmas alive. Glacia drifted closer, her eyes fixed on the globe. The scenes within seemed to reflect in her icy eyes, bringing a warmth to them that had been absent before. "And my freedom?" she asked, a tremor in her voice. "What of that?" "You would be the guardian of winter," Holly explained, her heart pounding with hope and fear. "Free to roam, to bring your season when it's time. No longer bound, but part of Merry Hollow's magic by choice." The tension in the square was palpable as everyone waited for Glacia's response. The fate of Merry Hollow hung in the balance, dependent on the decision of a spirit who had every reason to choose vengeance over reconciliation. Glacia reached out, her fingers stopping just short of touching the globe. "It is beautiful," she admitted. "A true representation of the natural order, with your Christmas magic woven throughout." She looked at Holly, then at the gathered citizens of Merry Hollow. "You would truly accept this change? Give up your eternal Christmas?" Mayor Candy Cane stepped forward, her voice shaky but determined. "If it means making things right, bringing balance back to our home, then yes. We've lived in endless winter for so long, always Christmas, but never changing. Perhaps it's time we experience the beauty of all seasons." A murmur of agreement rose from the crowd. There was fear in many faces, but also excitement, a readiness for change that surprised even Holly. Glacia was silent for a long moment, her form shifting between solid and vapor as she considered. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Very well. I accept your proposal, people of Merry Hollow. Let us forge a new path together." As Glacia spoke these words, a wave of magic unlike anything Holly had ever experienced swept through the square. The snow globe in her hands pulsed with light, and she felt a surge of power flow through her, connecting her to every citizen of Merry Hollow, to the land itself, and to Glacia. For a moment, Holly saw a vision of Merry Hollow's future, a town where Christmas lights twinkled alongside spring blossoms, where summer picnics were infused with the generosity of the holiday spirit, where autumn harvests were celebrated with carols of Thanksgiving, and where winter brought both Glacia's serene snowfalls and the warmth of Yuletide cheer. As the vision faded and Holly's consciousness fully returned to the present, she found herself at the center of a celebrating crowd. The citizens of Merry Hollow were embracing each other, laughing and crying with the release of centuries of tension and the joy of new beginnings. Jack appeared at her side, his cool hand finding hers. "You did it, Holly," he said, his voice filled with awe and pride. "You found a way to bring balance to Merry Hollow." Holly shook her head, squeezing his hand. "We did it. All of us, together." As the celebration continued around them, Holly looked up to see Glacia still hovering above the square. The winter spirit's form had changed, becoming less harsh and more in harmony with the world around her. She nodded once to Holly, a gesture of respect and perhaps even gratitude, before dissolving into a gentle flurry of snowflakes that danced away on the wind. The great Christmas tree, standing tall at the center of the square, seemed to embody the change that had come over Merry Hollow. Its branches still held ornaments and twinkling lights, but now they were intertwined with delicate icicles and frost patterns. The tree pulsed with a magical energy that spoke of both eternal Christmas cheer and the ever-changing cycle of seasons. As the initial wave of celebration began to subside, Mayor Candy Cane called for everyone's attention. "Citizens of Merry Hollow," she announced, her voice filled with emotion, "we have witnessed a miracle today. Our town has been reborn, and with it, our understanding of magic and the natural world. But this is just the beginning. We have much work ahead of us as we learn to live in harmony with the changing seasons." Holly stepped forward, the magical snow globe still cradled in her hands. "Mayor Candy Cane is right," she said, her voice carrying across the square. This new artifact will help guide us, but it's up to all of us to make this transition work. We'll need to adapt our businesses, our celebrations, and our daily lives to embrace all the seasons while keeping the spirit of Christmas alive in our hearts. The crowd murmured in agreement, a mix of excitement and apprehension in their voices. Juniper joined Holly, adding her own thoughts. As someone who's seen the outside world, I can tell you that the changing seasons bring their own kind of magic. Spring renewal, summer abundance, autumn reflection, each has its own beauty and lessons to teach us. Jack nodded, frost swirling around his feet as he spoke. And winter, true winter, is more than just cold and snow. It's a time of rest, of quiet beauty, of gathering together for warmth and comfort. We have so much to rediscover. As the meeting continued, plans began to take shape. Committees were formed to handle various aspects of the transition, from adjusting the town's magical infrastructure to planning new seasonal festivals. The enthusiasm was palpable, with even former skeptics like Eggnogetti volunteering their time and ideas. Peppermint, her eyes shining with excitement, tugged on Holly's sleeve. "Miss Holly," she said breathlessly, "do you think we could have a spring baking festival? With flowers we can actually grow ourselves?" Holly laughed, ruffling the young elf's hair. "That's a wonderful idea, Pepper. In fact, why don't you head up the committee for new seasonal celebrations? I think you'd be perfect for it." As the square gradually emptied, people heading home to rest and process the day's events, Holly found herself standing alone by the transformed Christmas tree. She gazed up at its branches, marveling at how it seemed to change before her eyes, reflecting the promise of seasons to come. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Jack's voice came from behind her. He moved to stand beside her, his cool presence a comforting contrast to the lingering warmth of the ritual's magic. Holly nodded, leaning against him slightly. "It really is. I never imagined Merry Hollow could be like this. It feels right. Like we've finally found our true path." Jack slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. "You made this happen, Holly. Your courage, your compassion, you showed everyone, even Glacia, that change doesn't have to be something to fear." Holly blushed, shaking her head. "It wasn't just me. It was all of us, working together. You, Juniper, Pepper, every citizen of Merry Hollow, we all played a part." They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching as the first natural snowflakes in centuries began to fall gently around them. The snow wasn't the magical, never-melting kind they were used to, but real, ephemeral flakes that would transform the town into a true winter wonderland. "So," Jack said eventually, a hint of mischief in his voice, "what's next for the hero of Merry Hollow? Any more magical crises to solve?" Holly laughed, elbowing him playfully. "I think I've had enough magical crises for a while, thank you very much. Right now, I'm looking forward to experiencing our first real spring. And maybe," she added, looking up at him shyly, "exploring some new beginnings of my own." Jack's eyes softened, and he leaned down, pressing a cool kiss to her forehead. "I like the sound of that," he murmured. As they turned to walk back towards the gingerbread cottage bakery, hand in hand, Holly felt a sense of peace and possibility settle over her. Merry Hollow had faced its greatest challenge and emerged stronger, more balanced, and more magical than ever before. Whatever the changing seasons might bring, she knew that the true spirit of Christmas, love, joy, and coming together, would remain at the heart of their town. Chapter 19, Glacia's Choice. As the blinding light from the ritual's climax began to fade, the citizens of Merry Hollow found themselves surrounded by a breathtaking spectacle. The air itself seemed to have transformed into a series of shimmering windows, each one offering a glimpse into other magical realms. Through one, they could see a lush forest where every leaf sparkled with fairy light. Another showed a vast desert where sand dunes shifted and swirled like golden waves. Yet another revealed a city built entirely of crystal, its spires reaching impossibly high into a star-studded sky. At the center of it all stood Glacia Winterborn, her form more solid now but still shimmering with barely contained power. Her eyes, deep as glaciers and old as time itself, darted from one magical window to another, a mix of wonder and wariness in her gaze. Holly stepped forward, the magical snow globe cradled in her hands. Its surface pulsed with a gentle light, reflecting the myriad realms surrounding them. "Glacia," she said softly, her voice carrying clearly in the hushed silence, "it's time to make a choice. The balance has been restored, but the future of Merry Hollow, and of winter itself, rests in your hands." Glacia's form flickered, ice crystals swirling around her as she regarded Holly. The anger that had driven her for so long still burned in her eyes, but there was something else there too, a flicker of hope, perhaps, or a longing for peace. "Why should I forgive?" Glacia's voice resonated through the square, carrying with it the chill of countless lonely winters. "Your kind imprisoned me, used my power for your eternal Christmas. Why should I not take my vengeance now that I am free?" Holly took another step closer, her heart pounding but her voice steady. "Because vengeance won't heal the wounds of the past, Glacia. It will only create new ones. We're offering you something better, a chance to be a true guardian of winter, to work alongside us in stewarding the magic of Merry Hollow." As Holly spoke, she held out the snow globe. Its surface shimmered, and suddenly the magical windows around them were filled with new visions, memories flowing between Holly and Glacia through their connection. They saw Merry Hollow as it had been at its founding, a haven of warmth and light in a world that desperately needed hope. They felt the good intentions of the founders, their desire to protect and nurture, even as they recognized the misguided nature of their actions. But they also saw the beauty of true winter, the quiet magic of snowfall and the cleansing power of ice. They experienced the joy Glacia had once taken in her role as a guardian of the seasons, the pride she had felt in being part of the natural cycle of the world. As the memories flowed, Glacia's expression began to change. The hard lines of anger softened, replaced by a look of conflicted longing. "It was beautiful once," she murmured, her voice like the whisper of snowfall. "The dance of seasons, the balance of magic. I had forgotten." Holly nodded encouragingly. "It can be beautiful again, Glacia. Different, yes, but perhaps even better than before. Merry Hollow can be a place where Christmas cheer and winter's quiet magic coexist, each enhancing the other." As Glacia considered Holly's words, the citizens of Merry Hollow held their collective breath. They could feel the weight of this moment, the potential for either a new beginning or a devastating end. Glacia's form shifted and swirled, her internal struggle manifesting in swirling eddies of snow and ice. Memories of her imprisonment warred with the visions of a possible future. The anger that had sustained her for centuries clashed with a newfound desire for peace. "But what of justice?" Glacia asked, a note of anguish in her voice. "What of the years stolen from me, from my kin?" Holly's eyes filled with tears, but her gaze remained steady. "We can't undo the past, Glacia. But we can learn from it, honor it, and use that knowledge to build a better future. Your experiences, your wisdom, they're invaluable. Help us make sure nothing like this ever happens again." A hush fell over Merry Hollow, a moment of absolute stillness as Glacia stood on the precipice of decision. The magical windows around them seemed to hold their breath, the visions within frozen in anticipation. In that stillness, Glacia closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the anger had faded, replaced by a look of profound weariness and, beneath that, a glimmer of hope. "Perhaps," she said softly, "it is time for a new season to begin." With those words, Glacia reached out and placed her hand atop the snow globe in Holly's grasp. A pulse of pure winter magic flowed from her, merging with the Christmas cheer that already swirled within the artifact. The effect was immediate and breathtaking. The magical windows surrounding them burst into a dazzling display of color and light, like an aurora that encompassed the entire town. Streams of gold and silver, ice blue and forest green, wove together in intricate patterns overhead. As the aurora's light washed over Merry Hollow, changes began to ripple through the town. The eternal Christmas decorations didn't vanish, but they transformed. Garlands of holly sprouted new leaves and berries, while candy canes twisted into spiral patterns that evoked both holiday cheer and the fractal beauty of snowflakes. The great Christmas tree at the center of the square seemed to grow and shift before their eyes. Its branches stretched higher, and its needles took on a silver-green hue that shimmered with magic. Ornaments that had hung lifeless for years began to pulse with new energy, each one now reflecting a different aspect of winter's beauty alongside Christmas joy. Glacia herself was changing too. The harsh, jagged edges of her icy forms softened, taking on a more fluid grace. Her eyes, once filled only with cold fury, now sparkled with the quiet wisdom of ancient winters and the bright promise of new snow. As the aurora began to fade, a peaceful silence settled over Merry Hollow. The air shimmered with magical potential, alive with the possibilities of this new balance between Christmas and winter magic. Holly looked up at Glacia, a smile of relief and joy spreading across her face. "Thank you," she said softly. "For giving us a chance, for being willing to forge a new path." Glacia inclined her head, a small smile playing at the corners of her icy lips. "And thank you, Holly Evergreen, for having the courage to seek understanding rather than simply fighting. It is not often that a wrong can be righted in such a way." The winter spirit turned her gaze to the transformed town, a hint of wonder in her expression. "I look forward to seeing how Merry Hollow adapts to this new reality. There is much work to be done, much to relearn and rediscover." Mayor Candy Cane stepped forward, her usual jolly demeanor tempered by the solemnity of the moment. "Glacia Winterborn, on behalf of all of Merry Hollow, I formally invite you to take your place as our guardian of winter. Will you help guide us as we learn to live in harmony with the changing seasons?" Glacia considered for a moment, then nodded. "I accept your invitation, Mayor Candy Cane. It will not always be easy, true winter brings challenges alongside its beauty. But I believe that together, we can find a balance that honors both the magic of Christmas and the natural cycle of the seasons." A cheer went up from the gathered citizens, a sound filled with joy, relief, and excitement for the future. As the celebration began in earnest, Holly felt a cool hand slip into hers. She turned to see Jack Frost standing beside her, a look of pride and love shining in his icy blue eyes. "You did it, Holly," he said softly. "You saved Merry Hollow, and maybe even changed the course of magical history." Holly shook her head, squeezing his hand. "We did it, Jack. All of us, together. And this is just the beginning." As they watched Glacia begin to mingle with the citizens of Merry Hollow, answering questions and already starting to plan for the town's first true winter in centuries, Holly felt a sense of profound rightness settle over her. The path ahead would not be easy, but it would be beautiful, filled with the magic of both eternal Christmas cheer and the ever-changing cycle of seasons. The first snowflakes of a natural winter began to fall, dancing on the lingering magical currents from the aurora. Each flake caught the light in a unique way, some twinkling with Christmas magic while others shimmered with winter's quiet power. It was a perfect representation of the new Merry Hollow, a place where different magics could coexist in harmony, each enhancing the beauty of the other. As night fell on this most extraordinary of days, the citizens of Merry Hollow made their way home, their hearts full of wonder and their minds buzzing with plans for the future. Holly, Jack, and their friends gathered in the gingerbread cottage bakery, already discussing ideas for new seasonal treats and decorations. The magical snow globe sat in a place of honor on the mantelpiece, its swirling contents a constant reminder of the balance they had achieved and the work still to be done. And outside, in the crypt, Chapter 20, A New Merry Hollow. The first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, revealing a Merry Hollow transformed. Gone was the artificial eternal Christmas, replaced by a breathtaking blend of winter's natural beauty and the town's festive spirit. Icicles hung from eaves like crystalline garlands, their surfaces catching the light and refracting it into rainbows. Snow blanketed the ground, but instead of the uniform whiteness of before, it sparkled with hints of gold and silver, remnants of Christmas magic intertwining with winter's touch. Holly Evergreen stood on the steps of the gingerbread cottage bakery, marveling at the sight. The great Christmas tree in the town square still stood proud, but now its branches were dusted with real snow, ornaments peeking out like colorful birds in a winter forest. Nearby, a group of children were building a snowman, their laughter ringing out in the crisp morning air. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Jack Frost's cool voice came from beside her. "I never thought I'd see Merry Hollow like this." Holly nodded, leaning into him slightly. "It's more than beautiful. It's right. This is what our town was always meant to be." As they watched, a shimmering form began to coalesce near the children's snowman. It was a winter spirit, its body made of swirling snow and ice crystals. The children paused in their play, eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. Holly and Jack exchanged a glance before hurrying over. This was the moment they had been preparing for, the first interactions between Merry Hollow's citizens and the newly freed winter spirits. "Hello there," Holly said warmly, addressing both the spirit and the children. "Isn't this a lovely morning for building snowmen?" The winter spirit tilted its head, regarding Holly curiously. When it spoke, its voice was like the whisper of snowfall. "We have watched for so long. May we join in the creation?" One of the braver children, a young elf named Tinsel, stepped forward. "Do you know how to make snowmen?" The spirit's form rippled in what might have been a laugh. "Child, we are the essence of snow itself. But perhaps you could teach us the joy you find in shaping it?" Just like that, the ice was broken. Soon, the children were showing the winter spirit how to roll the perfect snowball, giggling as it used its powers to create intricate icy details for the snowman's face and clothes. Similar scenes were playing out across Merry Hollow. Winter spirits emerged cautiously, meeting the townsfolk with a mixture of curiosity and ancient wisdom. There were moments of tension, of course, centuries of separation couldn't be erased overnight. But with Holly, Jack, and the other leaders of Merry Hollow mediating, understanding began to grow. Near the town hall, Juniper was deep in conversation with a group of spirits and citizens. Her wild magic swirled around her, creating small illusions to illustrate her points. "I've decided to stay," she announced as Holly and Jack approached. "Merry Hollow needs someone to help bridge the gap between our Christmas traditions and the natural magic of the seasons. I'm going to open a shop, part magical supplies, part educational center." Holly beamed, pulling her sister into a hug. "That's wonderful, June. I can't think of anyone better suited for the job." As the morning wore on, Holly found herself constantly amazed by how quickly Merry Hollow was adapting. Shopkeepers were already discussing ideas for seasonal products, while the town's magical infrastructure was being adjusted to accommodate the changing weather patterns. Peppermint hurried up to them, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Holly. Jack. I've just finished communicating with the Magical Council. They're impressed with how we've handled the transition. They want to use Merry Hollow as a model for other magical communities facing similar imbalances." Jack raised an eyebrow. "That's quite a turnaround from wanting to drain our magic." Pepper nodded vigorously. They've realized that harmony and balance are more powerful than any extracted magic could ever be. They're sending representatives to learn from us. As the day progressed, Holly found moments to reflect on the incredible journey they had all been through. She watched Jack teaching a group of young elves how to create perfect snowflakes, his face alight with joy. She saw Juniper and Mayor Candy Cane deep in discussion about new seasonal festivals, wild magic and Christmas cheer mingling in the air around them. Even Frosty Iceheart III, once so bitter and angry, was finding his place in the new Merry Hollow. He was working alongside Glacia, learning to use his ice powers in harmony with the natural flow of winter magic. As evening fell, Holly and Jack found a quiet moment alone. They stood on a small hill overlooking the town, watching as the first stars appeared in the winter sky. "I can hardly believe how much has changed," Holly said softly. "Not just the town, but all of us." Jack nodded, taking her hand in his. You've grown so much, Holly. You've faced your fears, challenged everything you thought you knew, and came out stronger for it. Holly smiled up at him. We all did. And now I'm actually excited for the future. For the first time, I feel like anything is possible. Jack's eyes sparkled with mischief and affection. Well then, Miss Evergreen, what's next for us? Any more magical crises you'd like to solve? Or perhaps? He hesitated, a rare look of vulnerability crossing his face. Perhaps we could focus on some more personal adventures? Holly felt her heart skip a beat. I think I'd like that very much, Mr. Frost. As they leaned in towards each other, a sudden movement caught Holly's eye. There, at the edge of the forest, she saw a small, impish creature darting between the shadows. Its eyes glowed with mischievous magic, and in its hands, it clutched a small, strangely familiar toy. Jack, Holly said, her voice a mix of excitement and apprehension, did you see that? But when she turned back to look, the creature was gone, leaving no trace but a faint shimmer in the air. Jack frowned, scanning the tree line. See what? Is everything all right? Holly shook her head, wondering if she had imagined it. It's probably nothing. Come on, let's head back to the bakery. I'm thinking of trying out some new winter-themed recipes. As they walked hand in hand towards the gingerbread cottage bakery, neither Holly nor Jack noticed the pair of gleaming eyes watching them from the shadows. The impish creature giggled silently, its toy glowing with magical promise. Merry Hollow's adventures, it seemed, were far from over. The town settled into its first true night of winter, stars twinkling overhead like distant Christmas lights. In homes across Merry Hollow, families gathered around warm fires, sharing stories of the day's wonders and making plans for the season ahead. Winter spirits drifted through the streets, their presence bringing a sense of peaceful magic to the night air. In the gingerbread cottage bakery, Holly and her friends gathered for a celebratory dinner. The table was laden with dishes that blended Christmas traditions with winter's bounty: roast turkey with iceberry sauce, snowflake-shaped cookies dusted with magical frost, and steaming mugs of hot chocolate topped with marshmallows that looked like tiny clouds. As they ate and laughed together, Holly looked around at the faces of those she loved. Jack, his cool presence a constant comfort at her side. Juniper, her wild magic now tempered with newfound wisdom and purpose. Pepper, practically bouncing in her seat as she shared her ideas for Merry Hollow's future. Mayor Candy Cane, her jolly demeanor restored now that the crisis had passed. I'd like to propose a toast, Holly said, raising her mug. To Merry Hollow, and to new beginnings. To balance, Jack added. To understanding, Juniper chimed in. To adventure. Pepper exclaimed. As their mugs clinked together, Holly felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire crackling in the hearth. This was the true spirit of Christmas, she realized, not eternal decorations or never-ending carols, but the love and joy shared between friends and family, no matter the season. Later that night, as the town slept peacefully under its blanket of snow, the impish creature crept out of hiding. It scampered through the streets, its toy glowing softly in the moonlight. Wherever it passed, small bursts of wild, unpredictable magic sprang to life: icicles that chimed with ethereal music, snowdrifts that sparkled with ever-changing colors, frost patterns that seemed to tell ancient stories. The creature paused at the base of the great Christmas tree, looking up at the blended magics swirling in its branches. With a mischievous grin, it placed its toy, a small, intricately carved wooden figure, at the tree's roots. The toy sank into the snow, vanishing from sight but leaving behind a pulse of